All right. We should be live. All right. We are live. Okay. Canadian federal election, April 28th, 2025. Still setting up the YouTube side here, making sure we're good. All right. I have a map here. A election result map from Bloomberg that will hopefully keep us up to date. And it's actually a half decent map. It shows us the past election results for each party in each province and territory. And we can even highlight the key cities or major cities, Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, which hold a very big portion of seats. As you can see there within each box. I can only predict that this could possibly be a close race or it will be an absolute blue wave. Based on the rallies, based on what I've seen, the numbers seem to be there in support for Pierre. Oakville, a very heavy liberal riding, had thousands upon thousands of people going to see Pierre, absolutely packing this warehouse I believe they were in Oakville. That's Anita Anand's riding. Very heavy liberal area. But to kind of break this down here, we have the territories up top here, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. One seat each. Most likely will go Liberal if I had to guess, and probably NDP. I feel like these will most likely stay the same. The big ones that we're going to be focusing on today are the, I guess, battleground provinces. BC, Ontario, Quebec hold a big majority here. For the most part, the East typically goes Liberal. I could only imagine the Conservatives maybe getting a 50-50 or possibly over. I could be completely wrong here, but the East typically is very, very liberal. So we could be seeing a 50-50 split, sort of a purple province, if you would. Or, like I said, blue wave, based on the amount of support I've been seeing. Or, you know what, these polls that nobody's believing but are everywhere, it could be all red. But I don't believe the polls. I just want to see the results. And we should be getting them very soon, hopefully. Based on the information, the polls should be closing, and we should be getting results at 7, 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30 here. If I actually scroll up and show you guys here. When the polls close. So they just closed 5 minutes ago. Depending on where you are. This is massive. I'm gonna pull up CBC. Most likely, wow, 69,000 people watching. It's gonna be interesting to see these total numbers start to come in. Looks like they have a map of their own. I'm going to switch to direct view here. And yeah, this is going to be interesting because it's really up to Ontario, BC. Hold on. It's really up to Ontario and BC. I feel like based on the debate Quebecers are probably going to vote for the bloc. I just have a feeling they will probably go for the bloc again. That's just how they always been and have always been. They have 34 seats right now, I believe, in total. I need to get the current seat amounts. But they hold a lot. And I'm wondering if Pierre was strong enough to break through the bloc wall, is what I call it. Quebec is the bloc wall, and it is very strong. It's hard to break through. You might get one or two ridings, liberal, possibly conservative, but it's always gonna go to the Bloc Québécois. And like I said, it'll be interesting to see if either side was able to break it down. I don't know. But the East will be a major play, or a major field here. If I go back to the other view. Give me a second here. So these results, once again, are based on the 2021 election. I have a strong feeling Alberta will go full blue. That's not a question. The NDP, they're done. A lot of these extra seats are going to be coming from the NDP. And like I said, the bloc, depending on if either party was actually able to break through to them. Typically, British Columbia would go more heavy NDP. But once again, I think Jagmeet has annihilated that party. They're stretched thin. They're stretched very thin. And at this current point, yes, their premier is David Eby, and it's going to be the NDP for, I guess, the next 4 years or however long they decide to run that nightmare of a province for with the NDP. But the party is going to implode. It's game over for them. And all of these extra seats are going to be coming from the NDP. Like I said, Saskatchewan, Alberta, full blue. Manitoba will most likely see conservatives steal seats from the NDP. And I have already said this, and I'll say it again probably throughout the night, the main three battle provinces, Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia here, with the major cities taking up a very large portion of seats here. Montreal has more than half of the entire Quebec province seats. Out of 78 total seats, they have a ton there in Montreal specifically. I'm going to need a lot of water for today. It'll be interesting to see how many people vote for the Liberals based on the CBC pushing the exact same narrative, shoving it down your throat, and Carney just constantly talking about Trump. It's the only thing they talk about. They never talk about the past decade of issues they created. They just Trump this, Trump that. And there's the Brantford boomer. A lot of boomers, a lot of liberal boomers, and I'm not saying all boomers, to be specific here, but the liberal boomer, they're an interesting bunch. The first batch of results. Here, let's see if they have anything on the CBC. I wish there was a better news station that wasn't as bought and paid for as them, but honestly, they're all bad. CHCH, they fund their information from CNN. They have that new Trending Now show where it's literally just CNN coverage, essentially. Here we go. Oh my goodness. 108 to 30 in Newfoundland. Central Newfoundland, guys.
How Canada was there for the United headquarters. Rosie, we don't know if she'll get
I need to go back on that.
before
Hold
we
on.
get true clarity on how this is going to go. It is
very happy. What can you tell us about this one blue on the board here?
Well, I mean, it is the Central Newfoundland riding. It is where Cliff Small busted through last time and, you know, defeated Scott Sims. His lead there is very small. It's very early polling. Not very small. It's very early. 108 to 30, a 78 vote lead with one of two.
Okay, so they're still saying it's a little early, but I'm not going to lie, guys. Early 108 to 30, and he won there last time. That, I don't know. Like I said, the East typically goes red. They typically do. We take a look once again at the last year voting. Or not last year, sorry. 2021. Excuse me, not last year. 6. Directly to the Liberal. 1. Only 1. He was the only one to break through. Will we see a repeat? I don't know. It's going to be interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. CPAC is terrible too. I am from St. Louis. What's up, Patrick Murphy? How's it going? What's up, Miss Hellraiser? What's up, B? What's up, Connor Shipton? How is everybody doing tonight? We have a long stream ahead of us. At least till midnight for the, if we want all the results. I think the final polls close at 10 o'clock, possibly 10:30 if they need to push them back if lines are long. I don't know. Over 2 million people voted at the advanced polls, which was breaking records for the country. This is going to be interesting. We might see record-breaking numbers here across the board, like no matter who people vote for. I work for you and I got the least enthusiastic hello. Yes, yes. You should come out if you have the opportunity to. If not, all good. But let's go back to the CBC here as we get possibly more results in. Okay, we got a 1-1.
Incumbents as the possibility of a conservative win recedes. And also those who are worried about who's going to face Trump are becoming more and more confident that it's probably going to be Carney. And so therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was Jagmeet Singh's closing argument. Jason Kenney, quickly, then I got
one other point about Newfoundland
that
we sometimes forget about. We think about Newfoundland and the fishery, which is historic and important. But increasingly, it's an oil economy. Sure. And so the emphasis of Mr. Poilievre and the Conservatives on the oil and gas sector, on energy development, responsible resource development, exporting Canadian oil, and a lot of Newfoundlanders have worked in the Alberta oil patch as well. So I think that there's been a gradual shift focused around those energy issues.
Yep, that's an awfully good point. Got another result there, David.
Yeah, and Jason Kenney's not wrong. My dad was one of them. That's why I lived in the same neighborhood as Pierre Poilievre in southeast Calgary for a while when I was younger. All right, as you can see here on the map, we have another result. This is from Labrador. This is the big land. This is where Yvonne Jones had been the incumbent Liberal MP, but her and just about all the other Liberal MPs decided they weren't going to run again. Philip Earle, though, as a replacement, is about as good as you're going to get in Labrador. A well-known and successful businessman involved with companies.
Okay, so they're switching pretty quickly here. It looks like CTV might actually be ahead of the CBC. So I'm going to try and keep an eye on as many stations as possible. I kind of like the big interface here of the CBC, but I don't want to give really any of these stations my view, to be honest with you. This is Mark Carney's riding right here. This guy in Avalon, what a terrible picture. My God. There's Pierre's riding. CPAC has it at 2-1. It looks like everybody has it at 2-1.
David, thank you so much for that. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, that's where we're at in terms of leading and elected. But as David said, very early results out of Newfoundland and Labrador. The next set of results...
Rosemary's gonna lose her mind tonight if things go to a blue wave. She's gonna be so mad. And it might be worth keeping the CBC on just to watch the meltdown if it goes to a blue wave. Like I said, the rallies, there was a lot of people at those rallies, and the hype around them, I did not see that with Mark Carney. He had maybe 1 or 2 rallies that had a decent crowd. And I'm just saying that to be as unbiased. Oh my God, Era Ferrani is here. And I'm just saying that to be trying to be as unbiased as possible. Mark Carney had a couple rallies that had decent crowds, but nothing to the level of Pierre. And Pierre broke records. Thousands upon thousands of people at almost every single rally surrounding him. 15,000, I believe, was the record-breaking rally at the end of the day there. And when you see numbers like that, it's hard to believe the polls. It's hard to sit there and go, yeah, the Liberals are up fucking 5%, 6% or whatever. They just don't have that same value in reality, in real life. The numbers aren't there. They do not add up when you put 2 and 2 together.
1,000 new residents last year, 173,000 residents the year before. Where are they all coming from? Well, about 1 in 4 of them are coming from other provinces like Ontario and BC. So Elections Canada had to do a lot of redistributing about the ridings, and Alberta does have 3 new ridings. So the first one that we want to look at is Calgary-McKnight. This is where George Chahal is running tonight. He is Calgary's only Liberal MP. He won last time in Skyview, but because of the redistribution, most of Skyview is now in McKnight, so that's why he's running there instead. This northwest part of the town, though, it typically is a real fight between the Conservatives and the Liberals every election. Edmonton Southeast is the next one that we want to look at. This is a new riding there as well, so no incumbent, but the Liberals are running a star candidate there, and it would be the mayor, Amarjeet Sohi. This is a riding generally that same general area that he won in 2015 when he ran the...
Look, all I know is tonight we find out if the polls were actually legit or not. Tonight's the night we find out if all of these poll stations that claimed it was going to be a Mark Carney red wave, we'll see. I don't know. We're at 2-2 right now. And as they claim, it's still very, very, very early. Only the very, very eastern side of Canada has closed its polls. We are moving into the next set within 11 minutes here.
No exception. We've built a huge trading economy here in Prince Edward Island. Export is very important to us, more so than ever. And so, eliminating or reducing the bridge tolls effectively is a tax cut to islanders and island businesses that they can use to reinvest in Prince Edward Island and create a more resilient and productive economy here. So we're excited about those commitments.
All right. PEI Premier Rob Lance here at the University of Prince Edward Island. We're at the campus bar with a lot of political junkies in the room as the polls close very shortly here on Prince Edward Island. Adrian.
All right. Thanks, Louise. Our thanks to the Premier. Third time a PEI Premier has shown up on this broadcast. Listening to him talk about exports, 80% of what PEI exports goes to the United States. So you know that tariff conversation is going to be a big one. Yeah. Rosie?
Okay. Thanks, Adrian. I've been desperate to get the Premier on, the PEI Premier on my show. Maybe I should...
She can hook you up.
We'll see if we can make that happen eventually. Ian.
As you know, Rosie, I grew up in New Brunswick, but I'm reminded tonight that it's been a long time since I lived there, more than 40 years. And so a kind viewer sent a kind email and said to me, you know, when you
look
said...
40, that's right?
No. When I mentioned that St. John is the biggest city, it was when I was a kid.
Yes.
But he points out that Greater Moncton has surpassed St. John. He said, kindly, I'd like a correction. Here's your correction. Okay. Now, let's go to the second biggest city in New Brunswick, St. John. And Jacques Poitras is looking at St. John Kennebecasis for us. And Jacques, you talked about Wayne Long, the incumbent Liberal MP. But tell us the other side of the political story there and what's been happening with the Conservatives.
Well, there was a lot of interest in the Conservative nomination here going back more than a year, and there were several Conservatives, provincially they're progressive Conservatives, who were interested in the nomination. And the nomination meeting kept getting put off and put off and put off, and then we got to the election call, and the party appointed Melissa Young as the candidate without a nominating contest ever being held. And there are Conservatives here who were not happy about that. One of the other potential nomination contestants, in fact, wouldn't tell me how she was going to vote in this election, and she was clearly dismayed with the process, how that had happened. And we've heard that story in some ridings across the country. It is a factor here. One thing people are watching here tonight is whether that progressive Conservative vote comes out for Melissa Young, or votes for Wayne Long, or stays home, Ian.
We'll look for those numbers. Last time around was a 6.
All right, so once again, if we go back to the results from last year, or not, I keep saying last year, from last election in 2021, heavy Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador, heavy Liberal in PEI, heavy Liberal in Nova Scotia, and 60-40 in New Brunswick. The main battle zones, British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, with the 3 major cities being Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, they hold a lot of seats. These will be the deciding provinces. When 9:30 hits, Quebec to, I believe, Alberta will come in, and that will start coming in, and we will see either a major shift in one way or another. So the major sections here to pay attention for: Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia coming in, I think, 10 p.m., possibly 10:30. Like I said, 10:30 if they need to extend voting, if there's a lot of people. We saw 2 million people at the advanced polls. So we could see record-breaking numbers across the board. I said this earlier. I'm probably going to say it a few times tonight because it's just true. There's a lot of people going out and voting for the first time. You see it everywhere. British Columbia, a lot of NDP seats in British Columbia. So we'll see if the Liberal or Conservative Party gains the most off of that. Because Jagmeet, like I said, has destroyed that party. And I don't think the NDP are going to do well. Alberta probably will go full blue. With Saskatchewan as well. If I had to guess, maybe that guy will get the seat again in Saskatchewan. I don't know. And Manitoba might be a battleground here. Might be a 50-50, 60-40 split in terms of the overall seating. It really depends on what happens with the NDP, but I have a strong feeling they're not going to have a lot of seats. And Quebec, the block wall. What will happen in Quebec? Did Carney or Pierre break through the block wall? Will they gain any seats there? Will the Liberal Party lose any? Because they have a big foothold there. One less seat in Quebec. Only time will tell. Wonder if they will update this map as the day goes on, just to show you when the voting hours end from 7 to 10. All right, let's get back into what they are saying over here.
Concerned about that. It's become difficult for New Democrat voices to be heard. And I think that applies especially in the Atlantic provinces, where so many of the economies are so linked to trade with the United States.
How much do you think Mr. Singh staying in that supply and confidence deal so long, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the night, how much of damage do you think that potentially did to him and the party, being so attached to Justin Trudeau?
Well, definitely some people were very unhappy with that. There's also people now with dental care. There are people who have the beginnings of pharmacare in this country, and especially among seniors, which I think is a factor many people miss. Tons and tons of seniors were without any kind of dental care.
That's right.
And millions, literally millions of Canadians have got dental care now. So for those who were unhappy that we propped up the Trudeau government, that was a risk we knew we were taking. there are those who are happy because we've delivered things that Canadians need.
Yeah, and yet that message was hard
But
for that
hard to get
message
it through in
for
this
sure.
campaign.
For sure. Okay, thank you for that, Randall Garrison. We'll go back to David Cochrane because the numbers have shifted a bit.
It might have been hard for the NDP to get that message through because they sided with the Liberals every single time, and then Jagmeet during his final rally said, "Don't vote for the Liberals," after I propped them up for 4 or 5 years, essentially. He literally said he backed the Liberals just to spite the Conservatives, just so the Conservatives could not get a majority because of Trudeau's failure as a prime minister. That's what he said. He came out and said it. He basically put all of us on the line for his pension. It looks like CTV has gone down, so we'll stick with the CBC for now. But that's just what he said during his final rally.
Bit there on their screen.
Yeah, they're pouring in now, Rosie. With their held riding in central Newfoundland, Rosie, this is the one they think they have the best chance of picking up in Long Range Mountains. And I know the one, the Liberals, of all the seats they hold, the one they are the most worried about in Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay, and look, one riding we're still waiting on results for is St. John's East. Luckily, we have Carolyn Stokes standing by there, so she can maybe catch us up on what's happening there. Because Carolyn, you know, a cabinet minister, there's some big candidates running there. What's the latest from St. John's East?
Well, David, Joanne Thompson, she is the last Liberal standing in this province. She is the lone Liberal incumbent. We had 5 other Liberal MPs, but they all jumped ship. And Thompson was rewarded for sticking around with a cabinet position. Carney put her in the fisheries portfolio, but she is going up against some tough competition, some strong candidates in this riding. There's the PC candidate, David Brazel, who's the former PC leader and won 5 provincial elections.
So just to bring emphasis to what she said at the beginning there, all the Liberal MPs jumped ship and she's the only one left in the province. My goodness, guys, come on. That's just screaming at you, telling you they don't even trust their own party. They don't even want to run. They jumped ship. They left. They ran. Like, she's the only one left in that province. The others were like, nah, time to leave. The Titanic has sunk. We're gone.
And there's also a very well-known NDP candidate, Mary Shortall, who is the president of the federal...
To show who these people are. There is Joanne Thompson. She is the fisheries minister. David Brazel, former PC leader of Newfoundland and Labrador. And Mary Shortall, the former president of the Federation of Labor, now the president of the party. Mark Carney made her fisheries minister a week after the federal government cut the crab quota by about 25%. And then he made it his first stop in the election. And you remember the fishermen were outside his speech. They had to get the police to come in. This is why you never have an election in spring in Newfoundland and Labrador, because the fishery is always in crisis in the spring, so you try to avoid it. We'll see if it has any kind of a difference on these results when and if we actually see something from St. John's East and, of course, from Cape Spear, the other St. John's riding. We have no results.
And would that be enough of a move to upset voters in that riding?
I mean, it can be. It depends on where it is. You got a lot of people who work in the fishery, who live in St. John's, but the rural seats tend to be more acutely vulnerable to fluctuations in quota.
Okay.
That's what they do out east. Fisheries. They fish. That is what they do. That is their main source of income. That is their bread and butter. Don't try to brush that off as if it's a nothing burger thing out there. That is everything for them out there. And if the fisheries are doing poorly because of government policy, the past 10 years should tell you enough about if the fisheries are doing bad, then maybe, hey, it's time to switch over. Time to go blue, possibly. I don't know. All I remember is late last year, the amount of arguments that started happening due to fisheries suffering because of Trudeau policies, which I could only imagine are still in place right now. Fisheries are not doing too hot.
This is where we are as we move into another group of polls closing.
Randall Garrison's been telling us about Halifax as a potential bright spot for the NDP in Atlanta.
Okay, so it's now 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The polls just closed. Another set of polls just closed in the eastern side of Canada. So we're slowly moving over to central Canada. 9:30 p.m. will be just a floodgate opening of votes.
Reporting from another bar on election night. Don't read too much into that. But it is it's half-price wine night here.
And the Battle of Ontario and the Stanley Cup all rolled into one. I know everybody at this table agrees. I'm going to start way at the end of the... I left out the Habs. I apologize, Mr. Mulcair. But I'm going to start way at the end of the bar. We have former NDP leader Tom Mulcair. Welcome. And then flown in from Calgary today is former interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We have Rona Ambrose. And then it's like the Rocky Mountains are in between because we've got BC on this side of the table. We have former BC Premier Christy Clark. Good to have you here. Just in from Vancouver today is a former Liberal Cabinet Minister, Harjit Sajjan. Welcome. And then the unlucky gentleman who's right next to me for most of the night tonight, we have former Conservative Cabinet Minister James Moore. Great to have all of you here with us. Big picture, I want to start off with what are you looking for? Can you hear me at the end of the table, Tom?
Yes,
you can. Okay, good. What are you watching for tonight? Big picture.
I'm going to keep an eye on Quebec because I do think that the Bloc Québécois has been in free fall since the beginning of this.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning of the stream. I'm wondering if either party was able to break the block wall. We will see tonight, guys, these three battleground provinces, BC, Ontario, Quebec. That's it. So many seats depend on those three right there.
How far they drop will have a determining effect on the final result of the election, I believe.
Clifford Small, and it looks right now like Clifford Small might take that. That's really important for us. That'll be an early indicator, but of course the polls are early in the night.
Yeah, of course. Christy, what are you watching for today?
Well, I knocked on doors in about 20 ridings all across the country.
I saw this on your Instagram.
So, yeah, so I'm getting kind of a feeling of what's happening. And I only tried to do swing ridings. I'm looking to see, based on my personal experience of it, whether the Liberals break 180. I think that's the first thing. The second, it would be, is Jagmeet Singh going to win his riding? It seems unlikely. It's a riding that I grew up in. Could Poilievre lose his riding, which I think would be maybe a shock, but perhaps a blessing?
They just said Jagmeet Singh is probably going to lose his riding.
For him. And then I think the other thing will be, will there be breakthroughs in Alberta? When you think about how Alberta is...
So I have the CTV stream going on for the volume and the audio, but the CBC have cameras with each candidate right here. That's wild.
Important province for our country.
This is a great panel with opinions already. Rona, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I mean, Pierre's riding has been held by a Conservative for decades, and he won by 15,000 votes in the last election with a huge percentage. It would be highly unlikely for him to lose his riding. And in Alberta, the alienation doesn't result in people wanting to vote more Liberals. The alienation results in even more anti-Ottawa sentiment, even more anti-Liberal sentiment. So it's a huge concern if we end up with a Liberal majority for Western Canada. We have Mark Carney, who has said no to all 5 demands from the oil and gas sector, and that's oil and gas sector in Newfoundland, in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, in Saskatchewan, Alberta. This is not just Alberta, but it's 25% of Alberta's GDP, and he has said no to all 5 demands. So huge resentment right now, huge pushback in Alberta against Mark Carney. And if there's a Liberal majority, we will have serious issues in Alberta with even more anti-Ottawa sentiment.
I want to bring the two gentlemen over to my left in this conversation. Harjit Sajjan, you just came in from Vancouver, and of course we saw that you had been out on the festival grounds where, you know, the tragic and deadly van attack has just happened. How is that affecting things in BC and where you're at?
I was at the last year. I didn't attend this one, but I went to the scene almost immediately afterwards. It is impacting people. You know, when people are... this election has actually brought people together because of President Trump and the whole 51st State comment. It's bringing communities together. It doesn't matter where you're from. And this incident has kind of really dampened that for obvious reasons. There's a lot of heartbreak that's taking place. But I think, you know, families are going to rise up and cast their ballot because this is a very consequential election right now. And Canadians need to look at who's going to bring that calm confidence to deal with President Trump. And Mark Carney has definitely demonstrated that.
Somebody with calm confidence is sitting to your right. This is James Moore. James, what are you watching for this evening?
I'm going to take the night in chunks. And the first chunk will be the results out of Atlantic Canada. Famously, Prime Minister Trudeau won all 32 seats in 2015. That's not going to happen tonight. When Stephen Harper won a majority in 2011, so the modern era of sort of contemporary politics and personalities, Stephen Harper won 14 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. 8 of those 14 seats were in the province of New Brunswick. So for me, the question is, if Pierre Poilievre is going to be successful tonight, does he come close to that 14 number? Does Clifford Small win in Newfoundland and Labrador? And what does the footprint look like across Atlantic Canada as then we step into the province of Quebec and start getting the larger scale of numbers? But, you know, but the Liberals won't repeat 2015. Will the Conservatives repeat 2011 and give them a shot at forming government? That's my first observation of the night.
Okay, and you've brought Canada along with you to watch over this as well. Guys, thanks so much. We're going to check in with you often. Right now, I want to send it back to Omar and Vashi.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And Vashi, I just want to bring in more bright political...
That's crazy. The candidate beside, or the panelist beside the Conservative there said that Mark Carney had already confidently spoken with Trump and that they had a good conversation together. But then everything comes out a few weeks later, and it's actually the exact opposite of that from what we're hearing. And it's being picked up everywhere that it was not that. It was quite the opposite. The conversation did not go well. Trump kind of, you know, does what he does. And Trump specifically came out and said, I endorse Mark Carney, and he wants Mark Carney to win because he'll be easier to push around. It'll be easier for Trump to get what he wants. And Carney's probably going to go run to either China or the EU for help, and I just don't think it's going to end well. Most of these countries have already gone to the negotiation table with Trump, so only time will tell. Right? He implements tariffs, and then he drops them, and then everybody comes to the table, and then China slaps back with more tariffs. It goes back and forth. There's a long-term plan there for him, but is he going to be able to do it within the 4 years? I don't know. I guess we'll be able to, we'll see. A lot of reports coming out saying that his first 100 years is the worst of all time, but the mainstream media smears him constantly, so I don't know what to believe and what not to at this point, especially when it comes to anything, including the mainstream media here in Canada. Today, we are about to find out if these polls that we've been seeing for the past 2-3 months are legit, telling us that it's going to be a blue wave one day and then a red wave the next. You have one polling station telling you it's going to be all Mark Carney, and then next week it's all Pierre. I don't know. I don't believe any of them. I'm just waiting for the results.
Lines across this country.
Getting their message across. So tonight I'm really going to be watching for, you know, how they do. Can they bring back their caucus? Can they pick up anywhere? It's going to be pretty quiet for the Democrats in the Atlantic regions, but there's some hope in Quebec, right? Possibly with Berthier-Masconager and obviously Rosemont Petit-Patrie. So and we'll see basically if the end game message that the New Democrats pivoted to say vote for us to keep Carney accountable landed, and they were able to pull back some of those votes in these final days.
As we look to Atlantic Canada, how important is it for the Liberals, if they're going to have the big night they hope they will, to see some change there, or at least, you know, a positive result?
It's important, but let's be honest, it's the avalanche of votes that come in when we hit Quebec and Ontario that's going to make the difference. If there's going to be a majority government, we'll have a sense of that because, as Corey points out, what the seat totals look like in the 905 and the Golden Horseshoe in and around Toronto all the way down to Niagara. Tons of seats there. If the Liberals can come out with 38, 40, 45 seats in Quebec, and if they can win seats pretty reliably in the 905 down into Hamilton and Niagara, then they're going to have a big night. Big night.
Okay, we shall see. We'll look forward to your analysis.
Okay, 48, he said 48-45 in Quebec for the Liberals right now. If we go, where's that? There it is. Quebec. 2021. The Liberals won 33 seats with the Bloc staying pretty strong. I don't know where he's getting 45, 48. The Bloc would have to lose quite a bit, or the Conservatives would have to lose pretty much all of their seats. I don't know where he's getting that from. This is what I've been talking about, though. Has either side broken through to the Bloc, or will the Bloc rally behind Blanchet after he went Yosemite Sam gunslinging into those debates, firing shots at everybody, saying pretty much whatever he pleased? If you watched the French debate, that was Blanchet's wheelhouse. In the heart of Montreal, speaking French, that was his debate. Now, Pierre did pretty strong in both the debates, and Carney at least in my opinion, made an absolute fool of himself multiple times. Jagmeet just sounded like a parrot, yelling the same two things over and over again, trying to disrupt everything, trying to derail the debate. Didn't work for him. He ended up getting muted. If you watch those debates, it was a nightmare for Jagmeet. But will Quebec rally around Blanchet, or have these parties broken through and are going to steal seats from him? Only time will tell, guys. 9:30 is going to be a big time zone here for these two provinces. And then we'll be waiting for BC at the end, 10 p.m. All right, let's get back to the not so trustworthy mainstream media.
We're going to throw to a quick commercial.
Adrian.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going on the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well, though we were able to get on another computer, though some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like this on X. Patrick saying elections.ca is...
Okay, guys, so we have some, I guess, breaking news here. The elections.ca site has gone down. Maybe it had an overflow of too many people going on it at once, or maybe it's been taken down by a third party. I don't know. More news will come out as the night goes on, but the elections.ca government website is currently not working. I believe if you did not receive your voting slip in the mail, you can still go to your nearest station. As long as you have valid ID, you should be in the booklet, or you should be able to register there and you can continue onward. But right now it does look like the elections website is having issues.
Isn't working for me. Does anyone else have this?
Talk 1010 in Toronto and Bill Carroll 580 CFRA in Ottawa. Okay, 7.3 million Canadians voted in advance polls. I get the sense that Canadians are far more engaged this time around than I've seen in any elections I've been involved in. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they're very engaged. It could also have been that it was very convenient to vote over Easter. I mean, people had 2 holidays in some places. But no, I think the turnout is probably going to be very, very large. What's interesting to me is how the narrative has changed so significantly, though. I mean, I knew some Liberal MPs who went canvassing during the Trudeau time, and they were getting doors slammed in their face. That's why they went back to Ottawa and finally said, listen, you got to go. Now the narrative is something else altogether. And, you know, it's impossible to make predictions tonight, but I can tell you talk radio listeners are always going to be more highly engaged and more political, and frankly, as Bill has said previously, more conservative.
Yeah, but I think also, and let's pick up on that, Bill, Donald Trump has lit a fire under Canadians. Never before have I seen this kind of patriotism and pride across the country, so you must be hearing that.
Yeah, but it's been a little like musical chairs. You know, the music is playing, and it's going to be the moment it stops, where are people? Because we do have more conservative audiences, although I'm in the heart of Liberal Canada. Ottawa went very red in the provincial election recently. It's a very Liberal town. But my audience was absolutely fed up with Justin Trudeau. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. Then Donald Trump happened, and you definitely saw that switch. And, you know, I could criticize Trudeau any day I wanted to, and very few people defended him. There's a little more defensive Mark Carney than I've seen with our audience, but that's starting to switch back a little bit again. But I'll tell you one thing, to John's point about engagement. People are always engaged when they listen to talk radio, but I've never seen anything like it. I've been around a long time, taking phone calls and texts and messages from people for decades. They are more engaged, and I don't want to sound like Preston Manning here, but conservatives are going to be very angry if they lose this election tonight. They want to change. They're furious that other Canadians don't see that in their mind, this is the same government with a new person at the head. They're not going to take it well. It's going to be a very contentious time if the election doesn't come out the way they want it to.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Vassy, but maybe they'll come back to us at some point to talk about how you mend fences at the end of this if it doesn't go the way some Canadians want. Okay, back to the desk. Omar, Vassy.
Thanks so much, Sandy. And as you can see on the screen ahead of you, we are starting to get additional results in from Atlantic Canada early in on the number of polls reporting, but we're already seeing some shift in Newfoundland and Labrador, potential seat changes in the Conservatives' favor and against the Liberals. But understandably, again, this is early, and we have the rest of Atlantic Canada to see, the results come in there, and that will happen. Look at Long Range Mountains. I believe that's outgoing Minister Goody Hutchings ridings. You can see the Conservative candidate there, one of the changes to speak of. Some more results also coming in from Terra Nova and the Peninsulas, with the Conservatives in the lead there as well, Omar.
And again, polls closed in Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. The next big wave is at 9:30 Eastern. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories will be getting results from those parts of the country. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
All right, I can't even deny that. 11-3 for the Liberals. I guess we'll see where the night goes, but it's not looking too hot for the Conservatives in the East right now. That's all I can say. They started filling in the seats here. We still have a few to go. But overall, it's looking like the Liberals will be taking a quick lead here in the East, which I said was to be expected. But guys, I don't know. This is what I was kind of like semi-worried about. There is still a group of dedicated hardcore Liberals out there, whether it's the older generation or the university, college, student generation. There's still that diehard percentage, and it's really going to come down to Quebec, Ontario, and BC. I have a feeling Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut will probably go the exact same. Those are only one seat a territory, not a lot to worry about there, but it's these main three. I don't know, guys. We'll play it by ear. We'll watch as the night goes on, with the Liberals taking a strong lead to start off.
Butts, who's standing by with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Heather.
Yes, thank you, Omar. An exciting time in the evening. Of course, we have those polls closed in Atlantic Canada, so I am joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos, and we're going to take a quick look at this two-horse race. But first, Nick, I think it's always important to remind people of a little bit of history here. Yep. If we take a quick look back at 2021, the Conservatives actually won the popular vote, 34%, Nick, but it just wasn't enough to win a government.
Absolutely. It wasn't enough to generate more seats than the Liberals. Two other numbers that are critical. New Democrats at 17.8. I'm sure Jagmeet Singh wishes he was at 17.8 today. And the People's Party. We haven't really talked about.
And that's one thing to keep in mind. If Aaron O'Toole was able to grab that much of the popular vote, a 33.7%, and he is half the speaker, half the figure Pierre is. Pierre has brought in way more people. The numbers, like I said, record-breaking rallies. More people knew about this election with Pierre and Carney. Like I said, more people are paying attention than ever. The first day was over 2 million, but I got corrected. Over the 3-day advanced voting was 7.3 million. That's insane numbers, especially for advanced polling, early polling. I went to the advanced polling to get it out of the way because I knew today the lineups were going to be large. And like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes a little bit later than expected just because of that. We might not get all the results tonight, but I guess we'll see, guys. I guess we will see.
The thing is, this is where we see the Liberals really start to break out and pull ahead of the Conservatives as they are able to take advantage of the fact that Mark Carney can address Donald Trump and have the advantage on that front.
And from March 28th, we went to April 2nd, and that is what Trump called Liberation Day, that poster board in the Rose Garden of all those tariffs coming out, not for Canada on that particular day, but still a very important day.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we look at the trend line on this day, this is where we see the Liberals with their biggest advantage during the 2025 campaign, basically 10 or 11 percentage points. Shows, Heather, the connection between Trump, tariffs, and the political fortunes of the Liberals.
Okay. And then, Nick, as we see right here on the graph, things start to tighten up a little bit. There's a little bit of an ebb and flow, and that brings us to April 16th and 17th, the only two debates in this entire election campaign, one French, one English.
Yeah, take Trump out of the equation, talk about taxes, talk about the cost of living, and what you see is the race tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals going into the French and the English leaders debate.
Very exciting time for sure. And then that brings us to April 18th to the 21st. And Nick, this weekend.
Oh, I hope Sean Fraser loses his riding. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that would be amazing.
Will go down in history. This was
the New Democrats. Why don't we call that the Scrappy Singh update? But, you know, interesting on that front.
Okay, and then April 22nd. This was when the Conservatives released their platform. Pierre Poilievre, the last leader to come out with a fully costed platform, releasing it after the debates.
Yeah, and you know what you can see, Heather, is the Conservatives starting to close the gap after they do and release their costing on their platform. Speaks to the importance of issues in the close of the campaign.
And Nick, that brings us to April 27th. This was the final evening of your polling just late last night.
Yeah, why don't we just call this the mad dash to the finish? You know, basically the Liberals have a marginal lead over the Conservatives. It's going to be interesting to see how this converts into ridings in the House of Commons.
That's for sure. That was the mad dash to the finish on your polling, Nick, but we have a long ways to go this evening. We're going to watch those numbers roll in overnight, and of course, we'll be back more with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Heather. And we've got some initial results coming from Atlantic Canada very early again in some of the polls reporting. For example, in Central Nova, just one poll reporting at this point, but it is a riding we're watching because this is Cabinet Minister Sean Fraser's riding. He served in immigration and housing. He then decided during the kind of downfall of the Liberals last year not to run again. After Mark Carney became leader, he changed his mind.
And in Sackville, Bedford, Preston, we've got the Liberal in the lead, but again, just by 12 votes and just 2 of 230 polls reporting in that riding as of now.
South Shore St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent, just one poll there. That's certainly a seat that the Conservatives want to hold on to. So as more polls start reporting, we'll keep our eye on that one.
And in Cape Breton, Canto Antigonish, we see a lead of 402 votes. The incumbent, Jaime Batiste, there leading by, again, 402 votes. But again, they're just 6 of 245 polls. So these early results, obviously the caveat, the asterisk being there, that they're extremely preliminary. The next major wave of polls we should be getting in is in about an hour and a half time. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. That's when we'll be getting 267 seats representing that part of the country. So
it's going to be huge when 9:30 hits, guys. 9:30, like I said, the floodgates will be opened, as you just heard there. Right now, we're seeing a battle for the East, and the Liberals are ahead, which I said was expected. Now, give it another 30, 40 minutes, maybe even an hour, and the polls there will probably be completely finished. Total counts closing in. But yeah, right now, Liberals are ahead. It is the East, though, to be expected.
In some of these ridings in Atlantic Canada and be able to...
There's obviously immense optimism for a Conservative win. They're certainly all focused on change. The need for change in Ottawa is the message I hear over and over again in conversation.
Yeah, no kidding. The need for change is the thing you hear. My goodness.
With supporters, but what's really noteworthy is the number of Conservatives who have told me they're expecting a Conservative minority, or at least they're hoping to see a Conservative minority. There is an understanding here of what has happened when you take a larger bird's eye view at the polling, the dramatic shift we saw from the start of the year, the narrowing that we've seen.
From the start of the year?
And there is an understanding that this race is incredibly tight, and that's not a message I'm just hearing here as well. I heard it last night at his Carleton rally. This is something that among the Conservative supporters I've spoke to, they keep repeating. They're looking for a way to just squeak through for some sort of margin of error, polling to show that there is a path through, but they're expecting this to be a very, very tight race. And the Conservative sources I spoke to here today say they expect it to be a very slow first few hours before they potentially see some gains.
All right, thank you so much, Colton. That's Colton Prale at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa.
And actually, we talk about engagement in that riding, particularly in the riding of Carleton. Again, we've got to underline 7.3 million ballots cast before today. Now, according to the Elections Canada Act, you're allowed to count the advance votes an hour before polls close. Everywhere in the country got an extension to 2 hours, but in that particular riding of Carleton, they got an extension of 6 hours before polls closed. So it just shows you, the engagement that there is. And of all the ridings in the country, that had the most number of advanced votes.
Most number of advanced votes, and also 90 people on the ballot because of that protest group, which is the primary reason that that they're going to get an extra 4 hours, I guess, to count the votes there. We want to get a sense now of the regional landscape at this moment. Let's swing over to Todd Battis, who joins us from Halifax. Todd, give us a sense of where you think things are settling in Atlantic Canada, the first kind of part of this country we are getting an indication of how things are going to go.
Yeah, and we're half an hour now, Vashi, since we saw those numbers come in for Atlantic Canada. 19 seats reporting of the 32, and there's your obvious indication the Liberals seem to be pulling away with the 14. And we saw a number of the boards of the different ridings, and one that people down here are watching quite closely is Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. This is a riding that Jaime Batiste, who you see there in the lead, he was for a very short spell a contestant in the Liberal leadership race. He stayed in for a little while and then ultimately supported Mark Carney. But Alan McMaster, who you see there in second, he was finance minister in Tim Houston's Progressive Conservative government here in the province of Nova Scotia. He decided not to run in the fall for re-election, instead opting to run as a Conservative in this new redrawn riding of Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. And you can see several, and it's still early with only 6 polls of 245 reporting, but a healthy lead for Jaime Batista, so this is one that's going to be worth watching. Let's go now to Montreal, my colleague Matsumi Takahashi. Sumi?
Todd? We'll take a look at Montreal now. Montreal is a Liberal stronghold. There are 18 seats on this island. The Liberals hold 15 of them. And some polls have Liberal support in the greater Montreal area at around 50%. The Liberals are hoping to make even more gains, though, in this region and at the expense of the Bloc. 2 of the ridings they've targeted: Châteauguay, Lesjardins, Nat-Pierre-Ville. It's on Montreal's South Shore. The Liberal candidate there is Nathalie Provost. She's a high-profile anti-gun activist. She's also a survivor of the École Polytechnique massacre. Also on the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Now, this is an area that the Liberals haven't held since 1980. It usually swings between the Bloc and the NDP, but the polls now are showing that it's actually leaning Liberal. So we'll see how that plays out. And we go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Matsumi, thank you. We do have some interesting ridings to watch here in Ottawa, beyond just where the leaders are running. The city of Ottawa, its suburbs, Western Quebec, all typically Liberal, the big exception being the Carleton riding, long held by Pierre Poilievre. But we will be keeping a close eye on Ottawa Centre tonight, where Liberal Yasser Naqvi hopes to hold on against NDP candidate Joel Harden. So back in the 2018 provincial election, Harden defeated Naqvi there. So this is a rematch of sorts that people will be watching. It's actually the only riding in Ottawa that has ever elected a new Democrat. A couple of them, including one of the most popular members of the NDP, maybe of all time, former party leader Ed Broadbent, who won the seat back in 2004. Not to take anything away from...
Okay, so right now, Liberals are up 16-5. NDP 0, Bloc 0. We haven't hit the 9:30 yet, obviously. We have an hour and 30 minutes to go. We take a look at the before and after 2021 election to this election. It does look like the Conservatives have picked up 2 seats from the Liberals here, which is an interesting turn. Now, that's just in Newfoundland and Labrador. PEI looks like it is going to probably go full red. Nova Scotia, we don't have enough from there yet, and we don't have enough from New Brunswick, but the Conservatives have actually made a gain here. Now, I've said it time and time again, the major things we will be looking for are the cities, the major cities here. There we go. Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, holding a good majority of seats in those provinces right there. So Liberals off to a strong start. But we have seen a flip here. Will this trend continue? I'm not sure. The East typically does go all red. That is just normal. New Brunswick, though, that could be a bit of a battle there. 6-4, 60-40. So, I don't know, guys. I really don't know. A lot of these ridings look like they are going to the Liberals when they are flashing by in the corner here. Dominic LeBlanc looks like he's ahead in his riding. It would be nice to see him go, but I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you. Official party status, which is 12 seats. There's even concern about traditional NDP strongholds like Vancouver Kingsway, which Don Davies has won 5 times. Now, my mom lives in that riding, so I'm driving there all the time. I see way more Don Davies signs there. So will his army of volunteers help him hang on? We'll see if his personal popularity will win out over strategic voting on the left coalescing around the Liberals.
Earlier, a member of provincial parliament, he got a little boost in this election campaign, Rosie. Jean Chrétien came and visited him in the riding, and Liberals saying, you know, Mr. Chrétien wouldn't necessarily have made the trek if he didn't think the Liberals had a shot, although 3 votes, I think, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see some more numbers.
But when you see former Prime Minister out on the hustings, it's usually an encouraging sign.
A 91-year-old, no less, too, right?
Quite right. Okay. Thank you for that, Catherine. We're going to go over to Adrian now, who has some results.
Well, firstly, I'm not checking my email. So if people are sending me notes, I'm not
You'll answer them tomorrow.
I'll do that tomorrow. We do have some more results from Prince Edward Island. Let's look at Cardigan. Kent McDonald, the first time there hasn't been an incumbent there in a very long time. He's got a lead of 214 votes over the former provincial health minister, James Aylward. That is going to be important to the Liberals. So far, the trend looks like that they are holding Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent in Egmont. Lead of 76, but certainly a lead over Logan McClellan. One more to look at, which is Malpeque. Heath McDonald, again, a lead of just 28.
So very early. Still very, very early. But if it keeps trending that way, it could go to Heath McDonald. Yes, a lot of them right now are in swing motion. They could go either way. But I don't know. Only time will tell. We have roughly an hour and a half to go before we get to the 9:30 polls. And a lot's going to change there. That will dictate essentially the entire election, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is when everything happens. The early stuff is going on right now for the East. Interesting to even see Green Party. I wonder if they'll take Guelph again.
Over Jamie Foxx, again, who has been campaigning there for a very long time. PEI, this place where the Conservatives invested a ton. So far, the Liberals are holding, but somebody should check in on Charlottetown because we don't have any numbers from Charlottetown.
Eager, Rosie, to find out what's going to happen in Miramichi, Grand Lake. So let's take a look at the first results from there. nothing very conclusive at this point. Not a lot of votes counted, but one thing I should point out to you as we do get, hopefully soon, more results from Miramichi Grand Lake. Both Mike Dawson and Lisa Harris point out that the riding is really different depending on which polls you're looking at. They're conservative areas, they're liberal areas, and so we really have to be cautious about reading too much, even in the early results. And of course, we would read nothing in this really early result, but this is a riding that the Conservatives won last time around, and they're leading right now.
Okay, but the results are coming, and that is encouraging. As we wait for more results, we're going to take a short break. This will probably be the only one tonight because we're very busy. Canada Votes 2025.
All right, that's fantastic, Rosemary. Look, at the end of the day, we will see what happens when they come in. New Brunswick. So we're at half. Both parties are at half of their former seats right now. They could swing in any direction. At the moment, things are still very early. Very, very early. Nova Scotia going full red. At the moment, going full red. 11 seats out of 343. This is a very small portion of all the seats, obviously, as you can tell. But it still matters. It still plays a large role here. And it's interesting to see in Newfoundland and Labrador, these Conservative seats, or the seats going to the Conservatives that were Liberal. No NDP out there. Not a single one on any of these four. You are new to the channel, make sure you hit that like button, hit that sub button. Thank you for joining on election night. It's a big night. We have a long way to go, especially if things continue onward past 10 p.m., which they obviously will. They'll most likely continue into the AM, for all I care and for all I know, based on the past elections. Provincial is a lot quicker. They can do that a lot faster, but federal, especially with all the advanced, I don't know if they started counting them early. They said they were going to. I don't know if they did, but like I said, only time will tell. I'm going to try and find another live feed here that isn't on commercial. Oh yeah, here we go. Fantastic. Don't need the music. 16-8. Current standings. We even have the PPC on this one. I don't think the other ones have the PPC. But anyway, I would like to know what you guys think in the live chat about this current election, about the results so far. What do you think about everything going forward? Your opinion matters. So let me know. We have a long way to go. A very, very long way to go. The poll in chat right now, 160 votes, 76% for Pierre Poilievre, 22% for Mark Carney. None for the NDP. The Bloc has more votes in this poll than the NDP do. That is interesting. Guess we have some Bloc supporters here tonight. Look at Rosemary. Just what a sight to behold.
We'll continue right after this. Welcome back. Elections Canada's website is down for some people in the country. So if you are looking for where to vote, you would normally put your postal code in there and head to your polling station. Here are some other ways you can do it if you are encountering that problem. First of all, the voter registration card, which you perhaps got in the mail, will tell you where to go if you are encountering that problem. And again, it's not everyone. You can go to cbc.ca/results. Let me give you a little bit more information about how votes are counted in this country. Unlike some provinces, the federal...
Okay, so it looks like seats are swinging fast now, guys, because on the one stream, it showed a 18... What was it? An 18-8 or 7. Now we're at a 15-10. Things are switching fast now.
Election is done manually. That means you write it down with your X on a piece of paper. It gets counted manually. It takes about 15 minutes for those polling station doors to close. for the people to start counting. And of course, for David Cochrane now, who's at the map, to give us a bit of a sense again of what we should be watching for in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, so we'll go back to Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have the most results, and that is a very relative statement at this hour of the night. But we have at least the results from all 7 ridings and 1 projected elected right up here in Labrador. You see
blue Labrador for the most part. Wow.
More blue than you would normally see in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is what it looked like last time, where you had just the 1 Conservative seat. You now have 3 when we bring it back to
guys. That's pretty big.
Real time based on the results that we have so far. None of them projected elected yet, but this is the sort of change the Liberals were afraid of and that the Conservatives were desperate to see.
Yes, they should be afraid because this is huge. It always goes bright red. This is not what they want at all.
Because they only ever got to 11
They're
seats.
almost dead even. They're almost dead even now, guys.
In Atlantic. Very long-time political family, him, his mother, and his uncle, all members of the provincial legislature at one time. He now has just under a 2,000 vote lead over Corey Curtis, who's an executive with OceanX in St. John's. Tom Osborne's been a provincial Conservative cabinet minister, a Speaker of the House of Assembly, and a provincial Liberal cabinet minister. He can add Member of Parliament to a fairly extensive political resume, as Tom Osborne has been the 2nd Liberal tonight elected, joining Philip Earle up in Labrador. So good starts for Tom Osborne and Philip Earle, but a good start for the Conservatives as they need to gain. They're doing that right now in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. And look, there's a lot of blue right here. They're up to 12 seats. Remember, when we did that path to victory, path to majority segment right off the top of the show, the Liberals needed to be at 25. The Conservatives, 12, would have been a very good result for them in Atlantic Canada. That's where they're sitting at right now. You're even seeing one on Prince Edward Island where normally the red soil delivers a lot of red seats, but there is one blue leading right now. Ridings like Miramichi in New Brunswick, which the Liberals had targeted, are holding right now.
The battle of the East right now. Red and blue checkered board, essentially. Almost dead even. The Liberals did not want this at all, guys. Dude, Labrador going almost full blue. It was an Oreo cookie before. Now it is full blue.
You see moving up into, Central Nova, where Sean Fraser came out of retirement. Retired when the Liberals were down 20.
Quickly, the polls are coming in. It's 11 out of 229 for Sean Fraser.
Exactly.
So again, we are not sure how this is all going to shake out. But
and Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, the Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advanced polls, and those come in at inconsistent times. Day of tends to come first, and that could be why you're seeing the trends we're seeing early.
And we're reminding you all.
There it is. There it is. The 13-13 split, guys. You're watching it in real time. You are watching it in real time. 6-3. What was it? Yes, 13-4. And now we're at a 13-13 split. Guys, I think it might be real. I think it might be real. The blue wave. If this is how it's going to go this early, the Liberals did not want this. Not for a second.
Certainly will be on Ontario for the Liberals. Maybe some of the pressure's eased off for the Conservatives. We'll see. It's going to be a late night. I mean, why not? So, David, you are somewhere along the 401. Where are you? What are you hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, as you all are paying attention to the big political game going on tonight, there's this other game happening here in Kitchener at the Odd. This is the Kitchener versus London, the other Battle of Ontario. And what is amazing is that we are in Kitchener Centre here. This is one of those key ridings. It was held by the Green Party, Mike Morris, when the election was called. Now, whether they're going to be able to hold it or not, that is not a certainty. Absolutely coming into this election, Mike Morris was working very hard to hold on to it. But this is a city that really does flip back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And so when you look at the other ridings, 3 of them in Kitchener, Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener South Hespeler, those were decided in the last election by less than 2% in between first and second place. So it really gives you a sense of just how much the parties have to work really hard here. The game right now is tied. The crowd is pumped. And guess what? When we get to the second intermission, if you haven't voted yet, that's no problem, because just down the hallway here, right down the stairs, that's a polling station. Now, Adrian, that is convenience here in Kitchener.
David Common, trust you to find that, and you're probably going to get yourself a hot dog for the whole deal, too. All right, David Common at a hockey game. Rosie?
God, I just love David Common. I mean, I don't even, how does he get those assignments? How does that even happen? Catherine Cullen, over to you.
Yeah, got some jumping around happening in Nova Scotia in several ridings, Rosie. So let's take a look. We're going to start with Central Nova. You and David were just talking about it. Let's look at where the numbers have us. So that is, of course, Sean Fraser's riding. He was the incumbent.
Oh my goodness, guys. Say it ain't so. Tell me Sean Fraser loses his riding. It's still very early. Very, very early. Only 31 ahead. Sean Fraser losing his riding would be huge. It would be massive.
Right now, the Conservative, René LeBlanc, first results, he was in the lead. Chris D'Entremont
guys.
moving into the lead. And we have first results from Halifax West, so not a flip, but the first results of the night. Lena Metelage-Diab, she is up against the former Conservative Party president, Federal Conservative Party president, Rob Batherson.
Okay, and some people are asking me about that little star there that you see on the screen. That means that that person is the incumbent. That person has already won that riding before, so we give them a little star, a little gold star. Just keep that in mind, because as we were talking about earlier, incumbency can be a factor here, but that means that they are up running for re-election another time. Let's go over to Ian now, who has some more results.
Yeah, I want to take a look at 3 ridings, and they have these things in common. First of all, the parties that are in the lead are the parties you would expect to be in the lead, given the trends in New Brunswick over the last few elections, and also that the shares for the party in the lead are actually a little higher than they were back in 2021. So let's start with Fundy Royal, longtime Conservative riding, except for Justin Trudeau's first year, 2015, and Jean Chrétien's first year in 1993. But no surprise to see Rob Moore in the lead there. Not a huge lead, and still early in Fundy Royal. Tobic-Mactaquac, also a riding that the Conservatives have done well in. Richard Bragdon has won the last 2 times, and as you can see, he's in the lead at this point. And this will certainly come as no surprise from the largest city in New Brunswick, Moncton.
Okay, as that goes on, let's go back to our graph tonight here with the major cities at play. The 3 flashing on the screen right now, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, are the big ones. Still the same results right now in Newfoundland, Labrador. Tied 3-3 in New Brunswick. And Nova Scotia is not going to go full red at the moment. It didn't go full red last time. PEI, probably full red. If one of them goes blue, that would be very crazy. But at the moment, they're panning out a bit differently here. That's all I gotta say. New Brunswick is a big battle zone right now with 4 seats left. These could still swing in either direction. Once again, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the big time frame where the floodgates open. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, everything in the middle. Everything you see in the middle. That's when all of those ridings start to come in. So if you really care, come back at 9:30. If you're still awake, or if you're going to go to bed, that's up to you. But anyway, if you're here right now, thank you for watching. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that sub button if you're new. Let's get back into it, shall we?
And this riding also includes...
I think most Conservatives right now would be taking at least some faint hope in that. Sure. Their basic premise going into today is that people really do want change. And a lot of those shy Conservative voters perhaps felt intimidated into saying they were going to vote for Conservative and perhaps weren't entirely forthcoming. So we'll see. But that's happened in previous elections where Conservatives outperformed the polls so far very early indications in Atlantic Canada, something like that may be happening.
I don't know a lot of shy conservatives, so that is not a thing that I am familiar with. I'm not doubting that it can happen, but most of the conservatives I know are quite out there and proud about it. Arif Virani, talk about that that issue, that poll, popular vote versus voter efficiency, and whether we should read anything into things so far. And again, the Liberals have taken the lead in the popular vote, but previous elections, that has been the trend.
Well, I think we have to understand the function of the electoral system as it is, right?
Yeah.
We have a first-past-the-post system. We have ridings that are distributed. Some ridings are much smaller in terms of population size. Some are much larger. But I think, you know, winning a riding in rural Alberta by 90% only serves you so well in terms of your vote efficiency. And I think, as we've seen so many times, you know, we're sitting in the Toronto studio, we've talked about the 416, we've talked about the 905. These are key battlegrounds, and this is going to be determinative in this kind of election.
Yeah.
I think it's also telling what you and David were talking about earlier, that the advanced polls were at record-setting levels. Those have yet to be counted. And we're also looking at more rural sites reporting in than urban sites, and that's going to affect the results that we're seeing. So I think we need to be patient in terms of what we're seeing, but I think it's also important that we're not taking anything for granted as Team Red over here, right? Our volunteers are out there. I was with a couple of GOTV teams this morning in Toronto, and they are motivated. They're not taking anything for granted. They're working extremely hard, which is, I think, what needs to be done to earn people's trust.
GOTV is get out the vote.
Yes.
People that are not as nerdy as we are. I will say, too, with the redistribution, one of the things that happened was Alberta picked up 3 seats as part of the rebalancing of the population. So there is an attempt to sort of course correct a little bit for what Jason Kenney's talking about. Last word to you there, Randall Garrison, on that issue.
Well, again, I'm the recovering political scientist. What this demonstrates is we have an archaic electoral system. And most world democracies, most advanced democracies, have moved to proportional representation, where every vote actually counts toward getting representation in the national parliament. And so if we had change to that, which the Liberals promised to do and then reneged on the promise, we wouldn't be having these arcane discussions about voter efficiency and other things. We'd be talking about what people actually wanted being reflected in Parliament.
Yeah, that was not a conversation at all during this election, electoral reform. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go now to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, this is how it is filling in across Atlantic Canada. We're still waiting on results from one riding that appears to be Charlottetown in Prince Edward Island, but we do have the first Conservative elect of the night, as Clifford Small has been projected elected by the CBC Decision Desk, winning his second term in the House of Commons in the riding of Central Newfoundland. You can see there a lead that has just kept growing throughout the night, more than 3,000 votes ahead of Lynette Powell, the Liberal candidate, a doctor and former head of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. This was the big target in Newfoundland and Labrador by the Liberals, who are now...
That's a pretty big lead right there. I have no idea why Virani is there, if you want my honest opinion. Very strange. Very, very weird.
Behind their performance of 6 seats in that province.
And exuberant Conservatives here because Clifford Small has a commanding lead here. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us, Clifford. How do you feel about your win here tonight?
Okay, well, I feel great. I feel very happy for the people of the riding of Central Newfoundland and for the people behind me who made this possible. It's their victory. It's a victory for Central Newfoundland riding and a victory for Newfoundland and Labrador.
What were you hearing from people at the doors? What were the big issues for people who came out and voted for you today?
At the doors, cost of living was number one. Crime, it really, at the doors, things haven't changed since the way they were in December. So it's no surprise to me. We soldiered on, we worked hard, we knew the support was there. The people have spoken, and I thank them very, very much for the support that they've given me here in the riding of Central Newfoundland. And it's from all over the riding. It's not concentrated in any one area, it's from everywhere. So my heart is bursting my heart's bursting. It's a very humbling victory, and I'd like to thank the people. Again, I can't thank them enough, and my volunteers.
And what are you looking forward to about your second term in Ottawa?
I'm looking forward to being a part of a Conservative government. I'm expecting that we're going to double our seat count in Atlantic Canada. That was my prediction right from the beginning of this election. I predicted 3 or 4 here in this province. I'm predicting 16 to 18 in Atlantic Canada. The blue wave has started, I think.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the polls. Congratulations, sir.
You heard it there first. The blue wave has started. The Liberals up by 11 right now. A lot of these are still swinging back and forth. Not confirmed yet. A lot of them by 30 votes. Some of them by a couple hundred votes. We are still in the early stages. We're 5 minutes away from 8:30. We are still very early in terms of this election. Actually, I can't believe an hour and a half has pretty much already gone by. That's been pretty quick. 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the time that everybody is looking forward to. The big provinces that hold a lot of seats will open up. Montreal, Toronto, specifically. And here we have, look at this, guys, a 50-50 split in New Brunswick. I said this earlier. I wondered if any of these provinces were going to go, air quotations, purple. And I don't mean purple in terms of them being PPC. I mean purple in a red and blue split down the middle. And that is interesting to see. Guys, he said it there. This is the beginning of the blue wave, and it very well could be. We're seeing a different turnout here in Nova Scotia, though. Still a bit early, but we're seeing a bit of a different arrangement there. I mean, overall, though, if they're able to take that many seats this early, it's a good start. I think it's a good start.
Okay, David, so Clifford Small there.
Night for the Conservatives, if they can make that kind of gain in Atlantic Canada, and if they can continue that, of course, then through the rest of the country. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change. So there you see it. Up 1 for the Conservatives, down 1 for Liberals. Yes, it's just 2 seats, but it's just 1 flip, but it does make a difference when obviously every riding counts. And as we start to track what government Canadians have chosen here tonight, that is the beginning of a picture that we're going to try to paint for you and explain to you as the evening continues. Jason Kenney, what do you make of that?
Yeah, as I was just saying, it is very early, but still a positive sign. There does seem to be a swing, and there's something in that I've been wanting to watch for tonight. Sure. We've talked a lot about this NDP switch to the Liberal Party in the polls, and notionally that's long-time New Democrats wanting to not to waste their vote when it comes to standing up to Donald Trump. But one of the things Mr. Poilievre has done very effectively is to reach out to traditional private sector unions and union members, working people. I mean, if you look at the kinds of events he's done hundreds over the past 3 years, very typically working people in small manufacturing, food processing, where people make stuff. And he has received far, far more endorsements from unions than any Conservative campaign at the federal level I can recall. And so, and you also see this where a significant polling advantage for Conservatives amongst people who don't have university degrees, typically in blue-collar occupations. So I think we may beginning to see a shift of some traditional working New Democrat voters to the Conservative column. That appears to be the case so far in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that is something that Doug Ford has done very successfully in Ontario, for sure. Randall, do you want to weigh in there?
Well, I think it's been a strong strategy of the Conservatives. It's just unfortunate that their record in the House of Commons doesn't match that when it comes to working people. They've been, as governments, prone to order workers back to work in strike situations. They've voted against any of the improvements to employment insurance. So the proof is actually in the pudding. You can appeal to people, but you have to actually deliver in the House of Commons. And I think that's where this will fall short.
Okay, I'm going to let you all take a little break and bring in At Issue, but we will see you through the course of the evening. Thank you for starting things off with us. Appreciate it very much. We are now just 39 seconds away from one poll closing, and that's in Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, just off the coast of Quebec there, a beautiful place if you've never been. And that will bring us one more poll closing before we get, again, to the big big dump of polls closing that happens at 9:30 Eastern. That's when 266 more polls close, and we start to get a much better sense of how this night is going to unfold. But you can already see there on your screen, 21 for the Liberals, leading or elected, 10 for the Conservatives. And while the Liberals are off to a good start, it is really the fact that the Conservatives seem to be doing well coming out of Atlantic Canada that would be giving them a little bit of encouraging signs as we head into the next bit of the polls closing. I believe it's Ian now who has some results.
Yeah, and let's start with one that's really interesting, and I think it'll be surprising to a lot of political watchers in New Brunswick, or at least political watchers outside of Madawaska Restigouche. This is a riding the Liberals have won 3 straight times with about 50% of the vote there. But as you can see, it's the Conservatives that are in the lead. That may not look like a big lead, but when you look at the percentage right now, the Conservative candidate has 50% of the vote, and 2,200 votes have been counted so far for him. So last time around, the Conservatives had just under 28%. So that is a big pickup. And as of right now, that pickup is at the expense of the Liberals, the NDP, and the PPC. So that is one that's worth watching. It could be a switch in New Brunswick. Here's another one that could be a flip in New Brunswick, but another one that's very close, as we expected last time around. The Conservatives won here. This time around, the Liberals are in the lead. And by the way, the incumbency factor not in play in those last 2 ridings I showed you, the incumbent MPs not running again. And in Fredericton, pretty big lead for David Miles, the Juno-winning musician who's trying his hand at politics. I'll have more to say about that as the evening progresses, but not a lot, 7 of 175 polls, Rosemary, but fair-sized lead for the Liberals there.
Yeah, I should tell people, though, that all 32 polls in the Maritime, in the Atlantic provinces are reporting now. So we do have results coming in from all of those ridings, which will make everyone really happy here because they're all concentrated on their results and the ridings that they are looking at. Look there at the bottom of your screen. That is the beginning of the story of this election. The Liberals leading or elected in 21 as we come out of Atlantic Canada, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 11. Those numbers have changed. They've shifted, and they'll continue.
Okay, so we're seeing these seats swap back and forth quite a bit right now. But this is a big turnout for the Conservatives, especially in the East. Take a look here. It looks like New Brunswick might go the same. But the big one here is Newfoundland and Labrador. Not looking good in Nova Scotia, actually losing a seat. But overall, I don't know. It's really early. Too early to say. How can anyone still vote Liberal? What are they thinking? I do not know. But the main things to look out for tonight will be Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. I keep saying this because it's just the truth. These 3 cities here, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, hold a lot of seats. They just simply do. And as soon as the floodgates open at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have a lot coming in here. I believe Alberta will go full blue. Saskatchewan will probably go full blue. It's hard to say with Manitoba, but I think the NDP will most likely lose their seats. Maybe keep 1 in Manitoba. None of it will probably go NDP, and these will probably go Liberal. Northwest Territories and Yukon, both Liberal. I can see, excuse me, I can see a repeat of that happening there.
We've had 1 additional poll close in Les Îles, La Madeleine, Gaspésie, and we'll have another big dump of them at 9:30 Eastern, of course. But let's go to Adrian, who has some results. Adrian.
People of Long Range Mountains in the mass that he needed to defeat Carol Anstey tonight. So, going back to that path to victory we talked about, Rosie, the Liberals are at 24, the Conservatives are at 8. You see where the standings are now. The Liberals are down 2.
A little bit, yeah.
When the numbers are up to 10, 11, 12, I had some Liberals texting me and says, this is very tight. This is uncomfortable. This is lose the election type numbers. So if you do see the Conservatives get into the teens and stay into the teens, you can expect some really anxious moments at Liberal headquarters.
Well, it puts the pressure then on the
They need to
Liberal Party
overperform in
perform
Quebec,
everywhere
Ontario,
else. Yeah,
and the West.
Yeah,
for sure.
And it would.
They can't even hide it at this point. They just simply have to be honest. They're admitting the truth. They just said the Liberals are getting a bit nervous. They're a bit anxious when these numbers start getting into the double digits, especially the teens. So if it continues to swing back and forth this way, we could see the Conservatives gain more seats than the Liberals actually wanted, and it might end up that way. Very possible.
Would be a reassuring sight.
NDP by almost 1,000 votes. This time you have the NDP in third. So I do think that's something, you talk about how people are feeling in headquarters, the NDP federally not going to be very happy to see that. And we want to check in on Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, where the incumbent Darren Fisher is in the lead.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. And because so many people have been emailing me demanding that they appear, they have now appeared. At Issue is here with us tonight. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, thank you all for being here in person. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Isn't it nice to know you have a large fan base that gets angry when you haven't appeared yet? Okay, I'm gonna start to get your take so far. As David has been rightly pointing out, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted to see Atlantic Canada. It is not. There are ways to make up the seats, but they would need. It just makes it much harder. Chantal.
Yes, but it's also very early. Yeah. I'm looking at some of the margins on your board. 14 seat lead, 14 vote lead means very few votes are counted. 38, 65. So I don't know. Possibly because I'm still traumatized from 1990.
And there it is. There we go. The first block seat. The first one on the board.
When Atlantic Canada gave a slap to the Liberals, a significant majority government. But I'm not even calling Atlantic Canada because those results are too small. But there are ridings that I think the Liberals thought they would do better in, that at this point they're not.
Okay, that is important. You'll see the block there is up on your screen. We'll get Catherine Cullen to talk about that in a minute. But Andrew, what is your first take of this?
Well, so the difference with 1997 and now, if this were of any significance, is that 97 there were specific reasons why Atlantic Canada would be particularly ticked with the Liberals, which weren't necessarily indicative of a national trend.
Right.
Don't see as much of that this time around. If these results were indicative, it would say this is clearly at this point Liberals underperforming, and you'd be more inclined to see national trends in that. The difficulty is we don't know how much of this is rural versus urban, how much of this is advanced polls versus election day voting, and so one has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I would also say in this part of the country so far, we are not seeing, the NDP isn't really a factor yet, and that could also be part of the story moving forward. It's the same for the Bloc. Althea?
I don't know. Based on Jagmeet's rallies and his performance over the past few months, I don't think they're going to be much of a factor at all, if you want my honest opinion. I really don't think they will be.
Well, I don't want to just repeat what Dave said, but
you can.
This is not what the Liberals wanted to see, were hoping to see. This is a lot tighter of a potential red sweep that they were hoping to see.
Yeah, that's right.
Is not there. Yep. I think that, yes, Chantal is absolutely right. We don't actually have that many polls reporting. But from early indication, even this pickup in Newfoundland that the Liberals did not want to see, I think the other conversation we may end up having is the importance of incumbency.
Yes.
So many Liberals decided not to run again. What will that mean if that pattern
Though it is the same, it's almost the same number. It's 109 to 107 for the Conservatives. So I don't know whether that, but yeah, you're right. It's something to keep an eye on. Okay, thank you all. Everyone's glad that you're here. We'll come back to you, of course, but Catherine Cullen has some early results.
Yeah, from Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouche, because the Baggies are in a different time zone, we get some early results there. And this is an interesting competition, Rosemary, because this is a riding that changed dramatically under redistribution. So Diane Leboutillier was the incumbent, but the boundaries shifted a lot. It gave the Bloc a real advantage, and we see right now something of a star candidate for the Bloc, Alexis Deschênes, is in the lead. He's a former Radio-Canada reporter, also a lawyer, well known in the area, and this is definitely going to be a riding we want to keep our eye on tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think I'm going to go back to Rafi Bouchikanian in Montreal. What was the Bloc talking about when it was talking about that riding, Île-la-Madeleine, Gaspésie, Liste de Gauche?
Rosie, they were very aggressive about that riding. They said they could take it. Yves-François Blanchet visited the riding twice. That may not seem like a big number, but keep in mind it's a little difficult to get to, especially for a party leader who does not have his own plane, unlike all the others. So he would have had to charter a plane, go there, come back. He went to see Alexis Deschênes, and as Catherine said, Deschênes is a known quantity in that area. On top of being a candidate for the Bloc, he's also run for the provincial Parti Québécois a couple of times now, but never in his home riding, never where he lives. And they're hoping that'll make the difference for them this time around. That being said, they might have also been hopeful that Diane Leboutillier would not run again. She used to be cabinet minister, was shuffled out by Mark Carney, but she decided to run again. And the Liberals seem to be aware that there could be a challenge for them there. They actually flew down.
She was shuffled up by Mark Carney, and not by much, but is losing her riding right now to a Bloc Québécois, which is what I mentioned earlier in the stream. Did Blanchet secure more votes by just going in and shooting off insults at everybody, defending Quebec as they always have? You know, they essentially claim that they're their own country at this point. They want to be. It's not a secret. You hear it in the debate. He said he didn't even want to be PM. He just wants the best interest for Quebecers. Those were pretty much his words. So, like, I don't know. It'll be interesting. We will have to see what happens in Quebec. Have either of these parties, Liberal or Conservative, have they broke through the Bloc wall? That's the big question of tonight. At least in my opinion, it is. Ontario will be very interesting as well, but Quebec always goes heavy Bloc. And even if we go back to the chart, there we go. Already won in Quebec for the Bloc. 33 for the Liberal Party in 2021. They were neck and neck. So we'll see what happens here.
Dominic LeBlanc over from his campaigning in New Brunswick.
The redrawn map also means a new threshold for a party to win a majority government, 172 seats. Okay, so that's why you might be voting in a riding that looks different or has a different name. That's why in Alberta there are 3 more ridings to adjust for that kind of population growth, and why now the number is 343, and the number that everyone will be watching for tonight, 172. That is what would bring you a majority. We'll see whether we're on track for that tonight. Adrienne Arsenault has some results.
Thank you, Rosie. Beyond the seats, we're curious what's happening to the votes. Where are the votes coming from? So let's look at a vote change on PEI here. What you will see there, the Liberals up 11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8, but look at who is down. The Greens. The Greens have been such a huge force in provincial politics on PEI, but look, they're down 7.3 percentage points, NDP down 7.2 percentage points. That is a big deal. But good old PEI, they have already got a projected elect. So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal. This is a huge lead. Kent McDonald is going to Ottawa. That majority is bigger than the one earned by Lawrence MacAulay last time. That is a big deal for Kent McDonald. Well done for him. Completely different story in another part of the island. Let's look at Egmont. A lead of 13, just 13 votes.
Okay, so now this is something they need to be talking about a lot more right here. The fact that the Conservatives are very close to overtaking a Liberal on PEI when PEI, all 4 ridings went Liberal. That is what you should be focusing on right now. If even one riding in PEI goes to the Conservatives, that would be huge. Even one.
30 out of 99 polls reporting.
Both the Liberals and the Conservatives up considerably, and to an extent at the expense of the NDP as well as the other parties. But, you know, votes are kind of like shots on goal in terms of the actual goals, the seats that parties are leading or elected in. Well, nothing right now is changing in New Brunswick. Let's take a look at Madawaska-Restigouche. Last time we looked here, the Conservatives were in the lead. That's changed. And what happened is there was a huge swing in Madawaska-Restigouche, almost like 7 or 8 percentage points just in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Renee Arsenault and new candidate, but old story in terms of a lead. Miramichi-Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52-vote lead for the Liberal. This would be a flip, and so this just happened a moment ago, but it's been going back and forth exactly as we expected. Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be close, and indeed it is close at this point. There are 4 MPs projected, elected in New Brunswick, and no surprise that Dominic LeBlanc is one of them. Not only has he been the MP for Beausejour since the year 2000, but it's one of the 3 ridings across the country, Rosemary, that I'll be covering. One is in Manitoba, another one is in British Columbia, where there's kind of a father-son dynasty. And Romeo LeBlanc, of course, a loyal lieutenant to Pierre Trudeau, won in what was Westmoreland Kent 4 times, and now Dominic LeBlanc has won many times. I know this riding well because the town I grew up in, Sackville, New Brunswick, is right in, well, it's not in the center, but it's certainly part of this riding.
Dominic LeBlanc is such an interesting story through the past 6 months of turbulence in Canadian politics, stepping in to become finance minister for Justin Trudeau when Chrystia Freeland quit, and then stepping up to help Mark Carney with some of the negotiations with the United States and dealing with the issue of trade. Okay.
Yeah, and look how well that's gone. Just absolutely fantastic, right? Yeah, okay there.
We are going back to David Cochran.
Yeah, and Rosie,
colorful.
Yeah, well, that's I'm on cable. Look, we're still waiting on 2 final results in Newfoundland and Labrador. One of them is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, where Jonathan Rowe has a 570-vote lead over former
most of the country, but we've been talking a lot about Atlantic Canada.
Right.
And they're a bit of a battleground in Atlantic Canada.
Absolutely. And some ridings, as we know, can include 1 or 2 segments. So you and your neighbor may be in 2 totally different segments. So we're going to zoom into Nova Scotia here, and we're actually going to look at the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, if you're not familiar with riding titles, perhaps this is the home of Lunenburg and the Bluenose. So
this is the big battle right now for the East. The CBC was just talking about how fantastic Dominic LeBlanc was, and they were just having a jolly old time over there. I want to see the actual breakdown here. This is what the CTV is doing. It's pretty close, and these could go either way within the next hour or even 30 minutes. This is a lot closer, and like everybody has said on the CBC panel, this is concerning for the Liberals. They've admitted it. They cannot hide it. This is not what they expected at all.
Had the luck to travel.
What's to come to finance their lifestyles.
And patriotism. When it comes to being a proud Canadian, they're all in.
Well, emotions matter, right? And in this election, as we've seen, they're very patriotic. They've got high Canadian pride. They're willing to pay more for Canadian products. So you know that's.
And something else, sorry, Rupin, very important to people in Nova Scotia is healthcare as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of people here as they age are in fair or poor health, so they're going to be looking for who they think is going to best maintain that healthcare system.
Okay, and look how close it is, Rupin. So we have the Conservative incumbent, Rick Perkins, in the lead at the moment by just 102 votes. So a really tight race happening here between these 2 segments of the population.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see where, if the polling says with the NDP vote going elsewhere potentially this time, where that goes and whether the Liberals could pick this up.
Okay, a very tight race in this one riding. Back to you.
It's fascinating data when you look at it, Vashti, because it shows you what are the ballot box issues, what's driving people to the polls, even though the dominant narrative in this election has been one person, Donald Trump, south of the border. It is important, but there are so many other issues at play, too, in this election.
Yeah, people really care about their cost of living and what's going to happen with that.
Absolutely. Let's take it over to Anne-Marie with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Well, I'm not older or rustic, I don't think, anyway, but I'm heading fast in that direction. Let's talk about, again, the people in these ridings. And if we're looking at both the riding that the Conservatives have flipped and the ones that they possibly could, there's a story that's developing across the country, and that is that urban and rural divide. Tom, I see you nodding there. You and I were having this conversation earlier.
I completely agree with what you're saying, because we talk about divisions based on provinces and resource-producing provinces versus industrial and so forth. But you notice across Canada that there is a big division between the large urban centres and the rural areas. The large urban centres tend to be dominated by the Liberals, you know, think Toronto, Montreal, but in the outlying areas, in Ontario and in Quebec, you see a lot of blue. In Quebec, it could be two shades of blue. It could be conservative or bloc. But it's a reality across Canada. And whatever else happens tonight, when we come out of this election, there's going to have to be some bridge building. And it's not just province to province. I think we have to take into account the reality of rural Canada as well. And I don't think we do that enough. I live in the country, by the way.
Yeah. James, you're nodding there?
Yeah, sure, and that's part of it, like bridging the two conversations, that and then the numbers that we're looking at here, right? There are polls that are coming in. We assess them 22 to 10. The seat totals now, we'll see, but we don't know which of those polls are, right? If the rural ones are coming in, that may be more accretive to one political party or another. But starting off the broadcast, I said, you know, in 2015, Justin Trudeau won 32 of 32 Atlantic seats. That didn't happen. Stephen Harper won 14 of 32 seats when we won a majority in 2011. That didn't happen. The Conservative vote floor is high, and it's higher this election than it was in last election. We've got more votes, a couple more seats we'll see. But if more votes is more efficient in the other provinces, that could be a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait and see.
I know everybody here understands that language, but for the people at home, when we're talking about vote floor, what does that mean? Can you explain that?
The minimum number of seats that the Conservatives are most likely to win. That floor of the minimum number of seats is higher. It's gotten high. It was higher under Andrew Scheer than it was in 2015 under Stephen Harper. It got higher under Aaron O'Toole. The floor was, the efficiency of the vote wasn't there. Pierre Poilievre has raised it higher. So the question is now, if it's 22-10 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the vote is more efficient in the rest of the country than it seems like it so far is in Atlantic Canada, if that vote, because I think in the popular vote, it's 50-43 right now. 50 Liberal, 43. That's good for the Liberals. It's also very good for the Conservatives. Nick Nanos, there's not a single pollster in the country, not one, that said the Conservatives would be at 43% Atlantic Canada.
Right.
Again, early, we'll see. We don't know if that's suburban, urban, or rural. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But if that 43 number and the velocity of that Conservative vote spills into the other provinces and they turn out and it's more efficient in other parts of the country, like the 905, like 604, 416, then that could mean we might have a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait.
What would the Conservatives have to do, Rana, maybe I'll throw this to you, in order to speak directly to the voters in that part of the country? Issues with around fisheries, for example, and the idea of who's going to protect our industry, who's the leader best, who can best do that? Where do they have to reach out? Where do they have to convince them that maybe there needs to be a change?
I mean, they did. Pierre announced doubling of funding for small craft harbors. There hadn't been new funding and investment in that for quite some time. He supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. Remember, Mark Carney not only said no to the 5 demands from the energy sector, he also is introducing a larger industrial carbon tax and a brand new carbon tax, which is a tariff adjustment on the border. So everything coming in from imports coming into Canada will be taxed, tariffed for carbon. So people that understand energy understand what that means.
Okay, so we have some interesting numbers coming in here from a Kalshi polls or odds system. And Poilievre's odds have more than doubled since the beginning of the night, and the Conservative turnout is massively exceeding expectations, which we actually keep hearing over and over again from the CBC to now CTV. They seem to be very concerned over at the CBC, actually, because it's like one of the only things they can mention over and over again. Well, Liberals are concerned about this. Well, if the Conservatives get into the double digits or the teens when we're still on the eastern side of Canada, things could be tight. Things are too tight for our liking. All of this kind of stuff. They're not liking what they're seeing right now. The CBC would be the headquarters for the Liberals, essentially. I mean, you can't even hide it anymore. Just the truth. They were going on about how fantastic Dominic LeBlanc was. Like, just give us the stats, please, and move on.
Means anyone who works in heavy industry. This, not everybody was talking about this, but people in the energy sector were talking about this. So interesting to see if that resonated with voters, if they understood that this is an attack on.
Firecracker coming from a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Harjit, what would you like to say?
Oh, when it comes to the Atlantic, I think when we look at the urban-rural areas and you boil it down to the individual families, and somebody's casting their vote, they're looking at what, regardless of age, they're going to be looking at how it's going to be impacting me. Yeah. And I think in the Atlantic provinces, it really contrasts significantly in the rural urban areas. I mean, Goody Hutchings, who when I worked with her, she really kind of emphasized the importance of what we needed to do. For example, when there's a climate crisis like hurricanes that are coming up, it impacts communities very, very differently. And I know that Mark Carney's first stop was actually into the Atlantic when the campaign had started. And he understands that, there's a lot of opportunities that are out there when it comes to the energy sector as well. Yeah. How do we support small communities? But let's not also forget how the impact that Donald Trump will have on your pocketbook as well. So when we look at the challenges of the cost of living, that Donald Trump is also going to be playing into this mix as well. Thank you.
Yeah. The other show, when I'm not here, I'm at CTV Your Morning, so plug for our coverage tomorrow on our results day that's coming up. But I wanted to talk about, we took the show on the road to New Brunswick and to St. John in particular. And one of the big conversations there that we haven't talked about yet is the importance of immigration to that region and regions like it in Atlantic Canada. And how does that play out when we take a look at people at the ballot box and who they want to vote for?
Well, I mean, this is something that was actually very pleasantly surprised when I first got into government, how welcoming the Atlantic provinces were to immigration. Remember during the Syrian refugee crisis and the success story that became. We need good labor. The Atlantic province fully appreciate this. So you need good policies in place. You got to be able to work with the provinces. And I think the Atlantic province has actually done quite well. We did, I think... They're
one of the parts of the country saying we want people to be here.
Absolutely.
We need more immigration.
I mean, I actually trained in Frederick, New Brunswick when I was in the military, and it's completely different from when you visit now, right? But the thing is, when we look at immigration, we do look at it differently. We can't have it just polarizing in certain areas, and that kind of creates that negative narrative sometimes.
But, I think housing and immigration are inextricably linked in lots of parts of the country. So certainly you go to Atlantic Canada, people are incredibly welcoming. I mean, the Lebanese community is a founding community of Halifax. But you go to a city like Vancouver or Calgary or Toronto, places that are really struggling with housing, that's where the issues become more complicated. It's about settling people well, helping them immigrate, giving them an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think we will probably, post-election on your tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow morning live.
Tomorrow morning live at 6 to 9. I think you'll probably be talking about how that ultimately affected this election result.
All right. Panel, thanks so much. We're going to send it back to Vashti No More.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you, Adbury?
I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Straight to your show. But certainly some, Vashti, important factors here. You've got a gender divide in this country. You've got a generational divide in this country. And as Tom mentioned, too, you've got the urban-rural split happening, too. So we'll see how all that factors in when our next batch of votes come in about half an hour's time, when the bulk of those polls.
The guy just said 3 things and they just completely moved on. We have 3 of these things going on in our country right now, and everybody just kind of sat there and didn't say anything. That, just the mainstream media at its finest. They don't even bother to counteract a point that makes no sense. How is there a gender divide in this country? Please explain to me. I would love to know.
Polls closed. We've got some potential seat changes.
This is a significant one, Central Nova. Sean Fraser, cabinet minister for a number of years in a very tight race.
Very tight.
We're going to keep our eye on that one. We've got a lot more coverage coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here at CTV News. More special election 2025.
All right, there you have it. Just cutting them right off. We go over to our favorite, the CBC.
Happening somewhat in the Liberals' favor. Now, I'm not saying that what we're seeing here we can replicate and apply to Quebec, Ontario.
There might be a lot of cope going on right now. A lot of coping. A lot of, well, this is happening here, so I don't think it's going to repeat over here. It's, to be fair, we don't know what the results are until it comes, but this is pretty shocking. So far, the Conservatives have grabbed more seats than expected, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador. New Brunswick looking like the same. PEI so far the same. Nova Scotia the same, but the Newfoundland and Labrador is the main one. And these are still being counted. Not all of them, but some of them are. And we're still very early. Well, not very early. 2 hours in, somewhat early. We're heading into the main part now. Quebec's already got 1 seat counted for, or being counted for. When 9:30 hits, we're going to see a lot very quickly. It's going to be interesting if these anchors can even keep up.
Too early for that. Joining us at this hour, it is Monday, April 28th.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Election 2025. In about a half an hour's time, we'll see polls close in several parts of the country, in Quebec, in Ontario, in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, 267 seats up for grabs in those provinces and territories. I want to head over to Heather Butts right now. Heather, what have you got?
Omar, thank you. We are going to be taking a look at some projections for some really interesting ridings that we are looking at all evening. I'm bringing in our pollster, Nick Nanos, the man behind the numbers here for us this evening, Nick. So we're going to take a look at some interesting heats that are popping out for you tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And all this has to do with kind of the intensity of support, basically across the country. And, the thing is when we're looking at some of these scenarios, the key thing, Heather, to look at is 62 ridings are too close to call. If you see on the map anything that is black, that means it's a toss-up. But, the thing is that there's still a lot of ridings that we don't know how they'll swing tonight, depending on the voter turnout and also the results of the advanced polls.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to get through this evening, Nick, to see how it plays out. So we're going to start in Quebec. And as you mentioned, the black there, these ridings too close to call. But as we zoom into the greater Montreal area, Nick, we see that lone NDP riding. Yep. But then a few others at play here.
Absolutely. You can see in the South Shore of Montreal, a number of ridings that are in play fundamentally between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals. And it speaks to kind of outside of Montreal and the South Shore, ridings that will be critical in terms of shaping the next federal government, in terms of the number of seats, and also the future of the Bloc Québécois in terms of how they perform in this particular election.
That's right. We've been talking so much about the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and if the Liberals can steal their votes this evening. So we're going to move on now, switching provinces, heading over to Ontario, and we're going to narrow in on the greater Toronto area. Yep. Nick, once a Liberal stronghold, not so much at the moment.
Yeah, well, still pretty good. I think compared to where they were in December, that's looking very good for the Liberals because, they were really way behind. And, as of April the 26th, you can see still in the old city of Toronto, the Liberals doing well. That's Toronto, St. Paul's, that is a toss-up right now. But, when you look at the Oakvilles, the Mississaugas, that the Liberals...
Okay, so these aren't the actual ridings. These aren't the actual results. This is just as of April 26th due to some Nanos research seat scenario thing. This is not the actual finished result we're witnessing right now. This is what he's predicted.
Still have the advantage.
Nick, we know this province really crucial for the NDP tonight, but your polling showing otherwise.
Yeah, the thing is that when we look at British Columbia, it's a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Conservatives do very well in the interior, but when you zoom into the lower mainland, you can see the Liberals benefiting from those three-way splits and doing really well in Vancouver. You can see the NDP, we have declared for one. Jagmeet Singh's riding, if you look at it, at risk in terms of him potentially losing in Vancouver.
Will be incredible. We're keeping a close eye on that. Moving over to Vancouver Island, Nick, a lot of Conservative territory here, but not if we head to the south.
No, when you get into the south, we can see Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and also Esquimalt for the Liberals. So we see Elizabeth May's riding potentially at play, challenged by the Conservatives. You know, the Conservatives doing really well on the island, at least in the latest round of research.
Okay, and I want to remind our viewers of this is what it looked like at dissolution. So we just did a major flip here, Nick.
Yeah, wow, absolutely. You can see the Conservatives improving their fortunes on the island. And, you know, the thing is for the New Democrats, this is where it really is that, you know, Vancouver Island and the Lower Mainland will make or break the New Democrats and Jagmeet Singh. If the Conservatives pick up seats, that'll be good news for Pierre Poilievre.
All right, Nick, we'll see how this polling plays out as the evening goes on. We'll send it back over to the studio.
So that's what CTV or this research scenario has predicted.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. That island story is very interesting as well. Vancouver Island, 6 of the 7 seats were held by the NDP. And in BC, you know, 12 of the 24 seats were held by the NDP. So whatever happens in that province, but particularly on Vancouver Island, could determine what the impact is on Jagmeet Singh's political future.
Yeah, their strategy really entailed focusing on those incumbent seats as well. We want to turn to some of the other parties to start off and check in on the headquarters, how things are going. We'll start with Mike Lecouture. He's with the Liberals in Ottawa. If you look at any of the polling aggregators, right now the popular vote that the Conservatives have at this juncture in Atlantic Canada, Mike, is lower than was anticipated. The Conservatives is higher than what was projected. What are you hearing on the ground there about how much they're reading into that?
Yeah, I think they're all looking at these results and waiting. They continue to say that this is early times right now, Vashi. But you'd have to think by looking at that and the number of times that the Liberals have been out to Atlantic Canada, I mean, you just have to think about how Mark Carney went out there and had that sort of impromptu street hockey game in one of the laneways there, and that was in Colchester, Cumberland, and that riding that they were hoping to take. You have to think that they might be just a little bit disappointed right now as they're seeing some of these numbers come up. I did reach out to the campaign, ask where Mr. Carney is and how he is feeling. He is watching these results come in from a hotel in downtown Ottawa, and somebody from his campaign did tell me that he's confident with the campaign that they've run, and they believe it's now up to Canadians to make their voices heard, and they will continue to be watching these results. But certainly a number of staffers that I've been trying to talk to here, asking them about them, and they said, look, we've put in the work at this point. Now it is up to the Canadians to decide, and it is, you know, this going to be a very long night. I think everybody in this room, staff included, believe that it will be a very long night, and they're hoping that these numbers continue to shift in their direction. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Very much a wait-and-see thing. I'm looking at some results coming in from Central Nova, of course, long held by the McKay dynasty. Sean Fraser in a fight for his seat at this point.
This is a dramatic story.
It is a dramatic story. Sean Fraser, minister who held 2 big portfolios under the Trudeau government, in particular immigration and housing at some pretty crucial times for each of those files, said he was quitting. Then Mark Carney came on board. He said he's coming back right as the election started, and now it's not a given at all for him.
And that's what makes this election so exciting. Mike said this is going to be a long night. Certainly some very, very interesting storylines right across the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is...
So once again, Sean Fraser still down in his riding. Guys, I can't lie. It'd be fantastic to see him gone. And the repeated narrative from tonight is the Liberals are shocked. They didn't expect this. This is not what they wanted. They were expecting a different outcome here, or it's closer in this riding than we expected it to be. The CBC, CTV, they've been saying it all night.
Is with the Conservative.
Meeting expectations at this point, but again, the same message from the Conservative campaign at this moment on the ground. Atlantic Canada overall far exceeding their expectations, and that's putting some wind in their sails for the start of the night, although of course acknowledging that things are still early and they're still feeling confident about Ontario when those results come in, and eventually BC as well. And like Mike Lecouture, I've also asked about party leader Pierre Poilievre, and like Mark Carney. He's also at a downtown Ottawa hotel watching the results with his family. We've asked for some images of that. It seems unlikely that we will get them, but we will keep you posted about that. And I've asked for some updates about how he's feeling at this point in the night, again, watching the results with his family, and a room here that's anxious for more results to come in. Back to you.
All right, and we'll see if that optimism, that trend line continues as the votes come in several other provinces and territories in about 22 minutes time now.
Yeah, is this just a microcosm of what's to come, or it's sort of an anomaly? That will certainly be the question as those big results do start to trickle in. We'll head over to BC, get a check-in on New Democrats and their headquarters with Judy Trinh. Judy, I know their focus is far west and their polls close much later, but what do they think of these early results?
Well, I can tell you that there is a disappointment. Not that they were expecting to win anything in Atlantic Canada, but they were expecting to have a better showing than what they what the results have shown. And what I can also tell you is that they're watching what is going on in Southwest Ontario very carefully. And the reason for that is that the NDP say that they have more than they have endorsements from unions that represent more than 1 million voters. So that is strong union support. We know that Southwestern Ontario is the manufacturing heart of Canada. So whether or not they remain NDP in some.
Yes, the NDP are the official opposition in Ontario. The Conservatives they run Ontario, Premier Doug Ford. But the NDP, they have a very big foothold in Ontario, at least in just that province alone. It's going to be interesting to see how many seats flip from NDP to Conservative or NDP to Liberal. I do not know. Only time will tell. We are currently 20 minutes away from the floodgates opening. I've said it numerous times. 9:30 in about 20 minutes. This is going to be huge. A lot of new polls are going to open up. A lot of polls are going to close. We're going to see a lot of new votes come in. It's going to be interesting.
Some of those ridings. Cost of living. They were concerned about crime issues. They were concerned about housing. Those are issues that skew very closely to the Conservative platform. So are we going to see a shift of NDP to the Conservatives? So that is something that perhaps is an underlying factor that the polls may not reveal, that the internal polling of the Conservatives may have shown that strength. However, the NDP remain confident that they will maintain party status. Vashi and Omar, they are confident that they should get between 12 and 15 seats according to their own internal polling. So it's left to be seen.
All right. Thanks, Judy. Appreciate it. Checking in there at NDP headquarters over in British Columbia.
Lots at stake for the NDP. Jeremy Charron is following the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight, and also lots at stake for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, Jeremy. I'm thinking of a riding in particular, such as La Salle et Marc Verdun, where in that by-election last year, you had a situation where the Bloc Québécois was able to steal it from the Liberals. They obviously want to retain that win, but they're struggling heading into the polling for tonight.
Absolutely, Omar. That riding is a perfect example of kind of some of the struggles or the battles the Bloc Québécois expect to face tonight. La Salle et Marc Verdun, a seat that flipped in a by-election to the Bloc. And, you know, many experts, pollsters weighing in that was largely due to Justin Trudeau's unpopularity here in the province. That seat, most experts now expect to return to the Liberals. Early days here in Quebec in terms of results. We're starting to see some early results roll in. I'm looking already at a very tight race in Gaspésie-les-Îles de la Madeleine, where the Liberal incumbent is in a very tight race with the Bloc candidate. Only about a 30-point difference there, a 30-vote difference at the moment. Early days, of course, but the Bloc supporters here are waving their Quebec flags. They're excited, they're optimistic, and the message I keep hearing, you know, they've been rolling through speakers here on stage and on the video screen. They have been, you know, pushing over the last few days, and the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, has. They feel as though the Liberals will form government, and so they have been driving home that they need to send as many Bloc MPs to Ottawa as possible. That has been the message.
And that's exactly what I figured. And that's what we need to see. Or, well, we don't need to see, but it's going to be interesting to see if that happens. Did Blanchet secure enough of the vote in Quebec to further reinforce the Bloc Québécois. Because like I said, both debates, he came out firing shots at everybody, and he didn't care. He did not care.
All right, Jeremy Charron at Bloc Québécois headquarters.
About the Conservative focus there, the McKays' sort of legacy in that riding. But Sean Fraser and Bryce Jenkins, the Conservative candidate,
He's going to lose his riding.
A minister under the Trudeau government and the incumbent in the riding. Who better to give us reaction to that dogfight than our Todd Battis, our senior anchor at CTV News in Atlantic Canada. Todd, what's your read on this?
Well, Vashi, this is really interesting. And, you know, just in the days leading up to this, Pierre Poilievre had not made a visit to Nova Scotia. So when he did come late in the campaign, the one rally he held was in Central Nova. And you saw Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay, and they really are the elder statesmen of northern Nova Scotia. They came out and rallied in his support, endorsed him, and that was late in the campaign. So it'd be interesting to know if that had really an effect that may be giving Bryson Jenkins a bit of a push now. He's starting to separate a little bit, although, as you mentioned, it is quite close. But that would be quite something, and the Conservatives would be happy about that. I just want to mention something on the point that Judy Trin made about the NDP. In the Halifax riding, it was a vacant riding, and there was to be a by-election before the federal election was called, and the NDP had high hopes of winning that. Their candidate, Lisa Roberts, is currently third in the city of Halifax. It's already been declared elected by CTV News for the Liberal candidate there, but that gives you a sense of what's happening to the NDP vote in the Maritimes. But we'll keep an eye on that one in Central Nova as well. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis for the Conservatives is in a real tight race, and he has maintained a slight lead. Okay, let's check out what's going on in Quebec and hand things over to Matsumi.
Todd, the Conservatives had high hopes in Quebec, and I'm sure they're watching the results coming from Atlantic Canada with a lot of interest. At one point, they were even hoping for a blue wave here in Quebec, but then came Mark Carney and Donald Trump, and we know what happened then. The polls have the Conservatives third in this province, behind the Liberals in the Bloc. Their only stronghold is in the Quebec City region. That's where they're hoping for gains tonight by taking seats from the Bloc. Now, the Conservatives haven't won a riding on the island of Montreal since 1988. They've got their sights set on Mount Royal. Now, that's a riding with a large Jewish population. The Conservatives have Neil Oberman. He's a lawyer known for supporting the Jewish community. He's challenging the Liberal incumbent there, Anthony Housefather, very popular there, also known for his strong support of the Jewish community and for English language rights. But the Conservatives have put a lot of energy and effort to try to get this riding. We go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
Matsumi, thank you. One riding we're keeping a close eye on here this evening, the suburb of Kanata, home of the Canadian Tire Centre, which some of you hockey fans may be familiar with. It's where incumbent Jenna Sudds is looking to hold her seat up against Conservative Greg Kung, NDP candidate Melissa Simon, Jennifer Purdy with the Greens as well. Now, Sudds is a former Ottawa City Council, replaced Karen McCrimmon back in 2021 and served as Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. I was actually there on this night in 2021 doing an interview with Jenna when CTV declared her elected, so got to break the news to her, which is one of the fun moments really with reporting on election night. Now, this is a riding that has voted Liberal the last 3 consecutive elections, but it has undergone some boundary changes, those boundary changes that Mark Carney was unaware of at one point, sort of swapped some land with those 2 ridings.
So it looks like the Liberals in the Bloc are battling for that one position in Quebec right now. We got a solid feeling we might see maybe more Bloc seats than last time, but I don't know. Will the Bloc wall break? That is the big question of the night.
Nepean and Kanata.
The Conservatives, one that they're targeting is Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. This one had the slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in this part of the country in 2021, just over 3%. And the Conservatives have a solid candidate in Kostas Menegakis. He was an MP in a neighboring riding of Richmond Hill. He's looking to get back to Ottawa, but Leah Taylor-Roy, she's hoping for a second term, and now she has this renewed Liberal Party behind her. But if the Conservatives manage to
results in that riding, 35% is what the NDP had in terms of support in what are the new boundaries, 32% for the Conservatives, 29% for the Liberals. So imagine a world where the NDP support dropped by 15 points, for example, and then who picks up the seat. On Vancouver Island, take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. There, the leading party was the NDP with just over 29% of the vote, the Conservatives at 26.5%, and in third place,
You're just tuning in right now. In about 11 minutes, things are going to get very interesting, and that's going to happen very quickly. So stick around.
not the Liberal. You wonder, does that go to the Conservatives? Does it elect even a Green member?
Yeah.
So that it's really intriguing. So, you know, the political observer in all of us finds that intriguing, even exciting to see what's going to happen. But there's the other part of the BC story, as you mentioned, and it's with every time I think about British Columbia, it's with a heavy heart right now. I mean, everything changed on Saturday night, and so many of us, you know, just feel very close to what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well, and so we're toggling here between those two things: political excitement, but also the heaviness of what happened there on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ian. And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because, listen, Lindsay Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with all of this weight on them. Lindsay, you're in Vancouver. Give us a sense of how people are doing and what is happening there right now.
People are so overwhelmed, Rosie, by the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the loss, the anger. I've been standing here since about 7 o'clock this morning, and people just keep coming. And they're laying down flowers, they're lighting candles. It hasn't stopped. I want to just show you what the crowd looks like now. It's after work, after school, and people are lining this memorial, which is taking up much of this corner, and this is the same scene on the other side. There are just as many people there. On the other side of the police tape, there are 2 more memorials, a little bit smaller than this one, where people have also been gathering. I think there's just a real sense that people want to show that they care, that they want to care particularly about the Filipino community in this city. This was, as you mentioned, a celebration, a festival of culture, and it all just went so tragically wrong when 11 people were killed. We know that there are 16 people who remain in hospital, so there is this sense that people are hoping for their return to health, even as we know many of them are in, or at least some of them are in critical condition.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. Wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today. Thank you so much. The leaders certainly responded to that on the last day of campaigning. We will see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight. Obviously, they did continue to campaign, but the campaign looked very differently in those last hours and had a lot less energy, perhaps, in some instances because people were trying to address 2 things as they were unfolding. Did want to address something that's happening there on the bottom of your screen, and you can see a couple of block numbers. The polls haven't closed in Quebec yet, so there may be some early returns that have been put in. We're not going to pay too much attention to it yet because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. 2 party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, both running in ridings, neighboring ridings, in fact, in the nation's capital. We're going to start to see the results from their own ridings soon. One has never been elected to public office, and the other trying to get elected for an 8th time. Let's start with the CBC's Ashley Burke at the TD Place. Ashley, how are they feeling so far about things?
Well, Rosie, the doors are about to open here at the Liberal headquarters, and we're expecting supporters and volunteers to start filling this room. The stage has been set for leader Mark Carney to appear here later tonight. On the first week of the campaign, we were at a rally when he said that he was seeking a majority government. Then his language changed, and he talked about in the final week here that he wants a strong mandate. I'm getting texts from sources saying, with the campaign, saying that so far so good based on what they're seeing from the results. One person said that the theme of this campaign has been pragmatic, that they want to over-campaign, they want to be overly cautious and overperform tonight. And they've been targeting, Mr. Carney's been targeting, going on the offensive in places like Atlantic Canada, targeting ridings.
Gotta leave it to the CBC to talk out both sides of their mouth. Earlier, they were panicking about how this was a big concern that the Conservatives grabbed this many seats, and now it's, well, you know, things don't seem to be too bad. And they changed their tune completely within the past 10 minutes. It's insane.
That were held by
home after a crazy couple of hours there with the Liberal campaign crisscrossing the country. We'll come back to you through the evening, of course. Kate McKenna with the Conservatives. She's at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, what is the word there? Perhaps a little bit of optimism from the Conservatives, given what's happened in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, quite a lot of optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out looking around talking to people, and they were scrolling their phones saying, why are we ahead in this riding, or why are we ahead in that riding? And of course, as you've been saying, these are early returns, but a lot to be excited about if you're the Conservatives, because they're then saying, well, if they're outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, then what's going to happen when they hit Ontario with all of those seats in Ontario? And in fact, just a few minutes ago, one of the leaders of this campaign came by and gave me just a big 2 thumbs up. They're very excited about what they're seeing in Atlantic Canada. They're not losing seats so far in Atlantic Canada, and that's a very positive thing for them going into these Ontario results in the next few minutes.
In fact, I think there's one pickup there for them, so I can see why they would be encouraged by that. Kate McKenna, thank you. So I'll talk to both you and Ashley Burke a little bit later throughout the evening as more results start to come in, and we'll get reaction from all the people you're talking to there. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Just a reminder that polls are closing in just under 5 minutes in many provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and all the way through to the Rockies and a couple of territories. If you are in line, if you are waiting to vote, stay in line, because even after the polls close, you have the right.
It's gonna be crazy, guys. 9:30 is coming up. And yes, if you are still in line, stay in line. If you are further west, like British Columbia, go out and vote. You still have time. My goodness, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what it's all come down to. 9:30.
Right to cast your ballot.
Is happening in South Shore St. Margaret's here right now. The Liberal challenger in the lead, but an even smaller margin, 354 votes. The incumbent is Conservative Rick Perkins. He picked up the riding in 2021. And if you want a sense of what this has looked like, certainly for the candidates and the teams watching this race closely over the course of the night, check this out. What has been happening. And you can see sort of that big bump at the beginning, but just look at how close those lines are, Rosemary. So this is definitely going to be one that we're going to have to follow closely. And we're going to take a little jaunt back to Halifax as well, where we have the candidate projected elected, and then where the CBC's Tom Murphy finds himself tonight is in the lovely riding of Halifax. Hey there, Tom. What's going on?
Thank yous than I have time for that you want me to.
Hey, Catherine. Yeah, another bar, but a different mood in this one for sure. Shannon Meadama, the Liberal candidate here in Halifax, projected elected, as you say, taking the stage to make her acceptance speech. And boy, is this room boisterous compared to what the NDP camp were. A lot of people wondering where that NDP vote would go, because going into this election campaign, the NDP were thought to be leading in this ride. And by the sound of this room tonight, you can tell how much things turned around. Shannon Meadama is a political rookie, a real...
Alrighty. There you go. That bar getting all hyped up for their candidate there. Look, at the end of the day, it all comes down to what's about to happen in 3 minutes. So let's take a look here. The block, some potential early voting. Advanced polls coming in for the block. I don't know. But they have 2 seats. Here we go, guys. This is it. This dictates pretty much the entire election. These provinces right here. Quebec, Ontario. I guess we'll see what happens. And BC, it'll be later in the night, about half an hour from now. But that will be a major player as well. Especially if the NDP are collapsing as a party. A lot of those seats could go to either the Liberal or the Conservative.
Their vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So I'd be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, you know, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
Until we start to know, I should say. Last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls because there's been a lot of polling done of the electorate and asked the question, did you vote in the advance polls? And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting than younger voters. And now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't see anything really surprising, or at least I didn't, in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding, you know, to the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with more organization tend to do better in the advance polls.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment because we're just about a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closing.
Yeah, we're about to get more of these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
All right. Any second now. It's 9:30. And if CTV is going to take a break at the worst time possible.
In most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get.
Yes, we are. We are about to get Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. It's going to be essentially the whole country, all 266. Oh, man. This is it. This is it, guys. The final countdown begins.
Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hanomansik.
There are two ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals, but one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time. And so relatively closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the two ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that. Ian, polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in At Issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant it's actually two ridings because of redistribution.
Right.
A former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal. And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute. But Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted. And there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%. In 2021, 69%. And it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
We've got some early results coming in from Quebec. Let's start with a new riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls reporting, but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go Bloc, but the Liberals have a candidate, a local mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This is a Bloc Conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only 1 poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Nathalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead.
Okay, so it's still early. They just said only 1 poll reporting. This is going to be wild. The next 30 minutes to an hour, it's going to be flipping like crazy.
And another really exciting riding to watch in this province, a 3-way race in 3 rivers, Trois-Rivières. Now, the Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachuted-in candidate from the Outaouais, Yves Levesque, former mayor in the area, and René Villemur, the Bloc candidate, who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties knew what was going to happen here. And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections. Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been 2 things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario votes, the seats have traditionally been so closely fought that a relatively small tightening in the popular vote, again, can mean quite a few swings in seats. So we'll have to see how much of that tightening was real and how much of it turns out on not to have been.
Okay, great. Althea, I'm going to come back to you, but first I want to get to Adrienne, who's got some results.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, 1 poll of 262, a lead of only 5, but keep in mind...
We're beginning to see a flip. It's a lead of 5. Can we relax? Oh my God.
Galland has held on to Algonquin, the Conservative Party has held on to this right there. One more to look at, if we can. David McGuinty won one poll, but already a lead of 1,000 over the Conservative. That is,
not surprising.
No,
for,
I was
David
about to say
McGuinty.
it's been a Liberal riding since 1988. So,
and he got in cabinet for the very first time. What was it, Justin Trudeau that put him in cabinet? Yeah, Justin Trudeau.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he stayed there with Mark Carney. So he would like to hold on to that and stay in his cabinet job. Ian, you have some results.
Yeah, we have 2 results in Manitoba so far, Winnipeg West, and at this point, it's really early. I show you this, though, not so much because of the count, but that this is a riding that both the Conservatives and the Liberals feel really good about. And it is a rematch between Marty Morantz, the incumbent MP, and Doug Elson, who used to be the MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is Riding Mountain. Huge lead for Dan Mazur. He is the incumbent MP there. He's won the last 2 elections with huge margins. So even though it's early there, this is probably an indication of how Riding Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just take a look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are tonight. As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results start to come in, take a look at where they're at. Liberals leading or elected in 37, Conservatives 26, and the Bloc at 9. Nothing yet for, oh, look, the NDP's just popped up, of course, as I said that, leading in 1. If you want to see who has been confirmed elected, you should head to our website or have it open as you're listening to us. cbc.ca/results is where you can find that. A lot of people also asking me about advanced polls. Yes, there was a huge number of you that voted on those advanced poll weekend. It is up to every polling station to decide when they count those. You can count them as early as 2 hours before, or you can count them right at the end. So you're right, sometimes that will impact the results. Lots of you are watching for that, but we simply don't know when they're getting counted.
Sometimes that could impact the, okay, yeah. Okay, right.
Because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation at Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. Vashi was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive. As those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We'd been told that with the party that, they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what it's been like. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks, and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you,
are.
Jay.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, in a surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario, in Quebec, and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 size on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trinh with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
I mean, guys, the NDP have one seat right now. They have one. Let's take a look. I'm going to do a complete refresh on the page to see that we're fully up to date. Quebec is going pretty much as expected. The Bloc starting off very strong. Got to keep an eye on these major cities. For some reason, Toronto isn't working, but I don't know, man. I said it before, Alberta's most likely going to go all blue. Saskatchewan, probably all blue. Manitoba, I'm not sure if it will go all blue, but I don't think there's going to be any NDP, maybe one. Ontario and Quebec are going to be very interesting to see. And yeah, BC's going to finish everything off and will most likely cap off the NDP's party as a whole. I don't think they're going to be more than 10 seats, maybe 10 at the very most. The predictions are 10 to 15. That's not a lot. That is very bad in terms of their party. So we'll see where those seats go. But as of right now, the Bloc are...
That's right. Oh, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
And the Liberals are still holding the lead.
All right, Judy Trinh, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashti. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a conservative government getting in anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role, if you will, in the next government.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out and if the Bloc continues on this trend. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them at this juncture. That could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final results.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now is down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec. But now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central.
It's quite possible that Blanchet's voice was not strong enough to keep the Bloc together. We might see the NDP and the Bloc just get obliterated.
Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to.
Very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this, but this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reid mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings, of the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far the night right now, is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Toomey, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto Area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent Kerry.
Okay, so we are 5 minutes away from the BC polls closing, or less than 5 minutes away now. I don't know what's going on right now, guys. It is, it's not looking too good. Looks like Alberta's going to get an NDP, possibly. But I don't know. As of right now, Quebec is going heavy Liberal. Very heavy Liberal. The Bloc might lose a very large portion of their seats tonight. It's still very early. There's a lot of seats. A ton of seats that have not been called yet. There's a lot of areas that they've only started counting one poll. So, or one like little specific center. There's a lot of time to go. Hopefully my voice isn't completely gone by the end of this, but I'm starting to lose it. When we look at these major cities right now, they hold a significant portion, and BC is about to be added to the mix right now. Roughly 3 minutes. I'm going to go get some more water, and we'll continue on. But right now, it's not looking too good. I'm not going to lie.
Barry Diot, the
Barry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Vassy.
All right, Mijung, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their Business Data Lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs, and it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment, and the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag, enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings? Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night, that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not
Different
expected
reaction.
to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the Bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play. When the incumbent's in third place, that says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia, too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part.
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication. At this juncture, you're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at, because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So we should, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country, and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on. As we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted, that is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with...
Yes, they are shifting, but I don't know. Guys, I don't know. The longer this goes on, the more and more I do not feel confident. At first, it was like, yeah, okay, I think we have something going here, but damn, dude, this is kind of brutal to witness in real time. I'm not gonna lie.
Historical. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote, but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide, but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country, the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple in the Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island. And so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights.
Yeah.
So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjit, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria, for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there.
Yeah.
They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fuhr, who's actually running again, he used to be the member of Parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada as well.
Pierre Poilievre spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well tonight.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian that we could be deciding the election tonight? I think finally, it's about time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are tend to be older communities, and you're seeing the NDP vote really collapse there.
Okay.
But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages.
Michael Barrett might lose his riding. That was very close. He is very, very close. Guys, this is going to be most likely a Liberal government based on what we're seeing right now. I don't know. Based on everything I've watched from last year, I don't know who is going to make up Parliament. The seats are going to be crazy. It's going to be, I don't even know. It's going to be a nightmare. That's what it's going to be.
Is really because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily. Seconds from now, it's a time we've all been waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority. And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due.
I'm not giving the Liberals their due. Oh my God. Jesus. I don't know if Greg Fergus will return to the House of Commons or not. I have a feeling he's going to get swapped out. Very possible. But like I said, a lot of people, a lot of seats here, a lot of ridings may change. It's still very close in a lot of areas based on what we're seeing here. But the Liberals are just shooting up tenfold, and it's continuing.
This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time. 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Mike LeCouture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Really good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I've been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I'd spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have these types of bingo cards where they essentially catch up with voters afterwards, and they were checking off people very early in the day, so they were very confident that their people were getting out there and getting to vote. Highly motivated, as we know. A lot of people were very excited about Mark Carney and the change for the Liberal government. They have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I had said earlier in the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers there, and I said, how has the change been from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney? They said the day that Mark Carney announced that he was getting into this leadership race, they saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what
He's running on the same campaign as Carney. They literally admitted it. I just can't even make this stuff up.
I was talking about earlier about that turnout. That staffer has said to me, it was Vashi, and certainly I know that when this starts to flow into this this place, people will start to get excited about it. And I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now, because as I had mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing the applause behind me. Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so. When they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada, they weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet, but now that they're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort, but really they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign, unclear if they think that they did enough at this point to try and get that majority government. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about. To catch you up, in case you are just joining, we have declared here at CTV News a Liberal win. We do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections.
Hardly ever is.
Hardly ever. We're not just talking about any foreign power, though, this time. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about that massive trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. I believe the last time it was this powerful or this significant was back in 1988. That was a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
Yes, that was his pitch, right? That was certainly his pitch. The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988 and 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. And I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results.
Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win. And of course, the results that people want to know, well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we...
So if you keep up on the political side of YouTube here, I went to Mr. Sunshine's channel, and his chat is just going off right now. Yeah. It can't even load. That's how fast it's moving. It's having issues. This is brutal. Oh, man. Well...
will receive anywhere between winning anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not lining up with the minimum of the... That's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers ebb and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range, and so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Corey, I'll start with you. We talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news, so did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that, in your view?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18, 19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And, it's not just Trump, it's the loss of Trudeau. if you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau, and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, you know, there was still, I think, an opportunity to change more of the focus towards Trump. Going into the campaign, there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, you know, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what happens next, both inside the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will do. Are they going to reach out to the West? Some of the things that
Now, I'd just like to point out, they technically haven't won yet. Yes, they're on track to winning. CTV has declared an early victory. And if they continue on this track, yes, they will most likely win. But the polls are still coming in. Everything is still coming in the later half of the country. If we actually look at the overall, there's a lot of seats that have not come in at all yet. So we're in it for the long haul, which I mentioned at the beginning of this stream. We're right now 3 hours and almost 20 minutes in, so I just want to thank each and every one of you that is still here and has stuck around. It's been a long one. We still have a long way to go, and I'm not saying this as like a cope, like, oh, this is conservative cope. We still have a long way to go. There's still a chance. I don't know at this point. I really don't feel that confident, but yes, there are a lot of seats to still come in, and the seats that are coming in still are in a battle. But as of right now, the Liberals are looking very strong, and it appears to be a victory for them. I don't know. I guess we will see
brought up
in
earlier,
due
I think
time.
are really
Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant. They're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that could be very consequential in trying for the Liberals whether or not they meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this is for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral
4 months ago.
for months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact. A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, you know, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this certain death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, you know, because he thinks he can win. And there was laughter on the other side of the phone. And, you know, here we are 3 months later, and he has pulled this off. It is astonishing. For someone who never ran for elected office, never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
Very quickly.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that. Because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Québécois. But I think there's a question.
No. Trump has nothing to do with the NDP falling apart as a party, because they've backed Trudeau the whole time. They did it time and time again. Jagmeet at his final rally literally said he did not want the Conservatives to form a majority party, a majority government. So to spite them, he voted against every single non-confidence vote. He admitted it. People aren't voting for that because of his policies, because he has destroyed the NDP and everything that they used to stand for. Party is a joke now because of him. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. My God.
Question as to
what happens to his future, and what is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked around that, but I don't think there's one conservative party. This is why you see so few conservative governments at the federal level. There's really like 5 different conservative parties across the country, and what constitutes, you know, conservatism on the prairies, which is where I'm from, it looks a lot different in Ontario, where I am now, or in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes. And you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, you know, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge, and you know, to try to find a through line through those different things is going to be the challenge for the party.
We keep our eyes peeled, I should say, at the bottom and the right of our screen as we try and determine whether or not this will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Very competitive things going on in the 905, which is a very key electoral region of Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike Lecouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you could.
Yeah, Vashi, a very familiar face to people in the Liberal Party here with me. David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally. Mr. Carney, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti.
My pleasure to be here.
I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching, obviously, carefully what the Bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a 2-horse race, and none of us are used to that, so none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you, I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if you had asked me if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December. Beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence that got us through this. He showed Canadians a real change and a backbone that can stand up against Mr. Trump.
So when you think about where you were and the exchanges that you've had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused on winning this. We'll get to next steps next, but he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good...
We'll get next steps next. That was the response of a lifetime right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the country just voted for. Wow. Wow.
Good thing, but next, if we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all of this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney-curious people there at the time.
What is it about him, in your mind, that has that singular focus that has brought him to this point right now?
Supremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, 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 and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. And I think this is something unique, and I think he's the right person for the moment.
with millions of Canadians watching, what kind of a prime minister are we going to have right now? Because you have served under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. A lot of people talk about the differences between these two men. What can Canadians expect of Mark Carney?
They can expect sincere, thoughtful, intelligent policy responses and policy platforms, policy ideas that will help Canadians, especially with respect to economics. This is Mark's bread and butter. This is what he is going to bring to Canada.
I got to let you go, but I have to ask you this. You're his friend. Are you coming back?
I will serve if Mark asks me to. I'm happy where I am right now at Fasken, believe me. But this is an important moment in Canadian history. This is an important moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States. So I've worked hard to get Mark elected, and I'll continue to support him.
In what way? What do you want to do?
I'll continue to support him. I'm happy to give informal advice if that's what it is.
Okay. All right, Vashi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but, you know, he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dogged reporter, that Michael Couture.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, Marco Mendicino, David Lametti, and Jerry Butts in particular, were three of the kind of key figures, people who are, you know, very much associated with the former prime minister in executing this win for Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David Lametti. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the Prime Minister's office, but that's just a guess.
All right, you heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David Lametti's former riding of La Salle-Verdun. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held, that the Bloc stole, took away. We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. But let's get to the Bloc Québécois, which province-wide isn't doing that great, but we know that the leader, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, CTV News declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent. So the story there is that he retains his seat in Belleuil-Chambly, but again, province-wide, suffering quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, and Jérémy Charon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of cheers.
If you can hear behind me, you know, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including leader Yves-François Blanchet just moments ago, who received, of course, loud cheers. He has yet to arrive here at Bloc headquarters. To your point, you know, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the Bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. You know, the party had been talking about, you know, whether they would drop under 20, and that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different mood here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where.
Okay, so I don't know if this poll is behind or what's going on here, but it's stopped counting or it's waiting for more official results. This could take a while. Like I said earlier, guys, we're in it for the long haul, so stay tuned. There could be a lot of seats to come, but as of right now, it looks like the Liberals have won.
Of course, former Toronto police chief, well known to the community out in Scarborough. We are looking closely, though, at the 905 because we did have some early indications that the Conservatives could be picking up there. Why is that important? The 905 very electorally significant, and of course we've got our eye on the numbers at the bottom of the screen and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not anywhere close to figuring that out.
No, we aren't. That may take a while yet. But Maxime Bernier losing, it defeated, we're declaring in the riding of Beauce, and in fourth place of four candidates, so suffering quite a substantial loss. Yes, really losing in that riding of Beauce in Quebec. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind. But the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where Liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So Conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the Liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the Liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, as you know, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of Liberals these days, or a cohort of Conservatives, like to own the libs, and tonight they've been denied the chance to do so.
I know that you're eager to say something, Bill. Don't hold back.
Well, you just look at those numbers, and what you see is Canada becoming a two-party country.
But haven't we always been that way?
Well, no, I don't think to the
time.
degree we're seeing right now with the NDP collapsing like that. So, yeah, people are going to be divided. Conservatives, we're already hearing from our listeners, I'm sure you are as well, sort of that core group that tries to reach out to you right away. And so far, Conservatives are angry with people who voted Liberal. But I don't think that anger will last long. I think it will turn internally pretty quickly, and they're going to say, what happened here? How did we have this in our grasp, change that we've wanted for so long, and it's now gone? And they're going to start to ask questions of their party. The only way that doesn't become really ugly is if the Conservatives can keep the Liberals to a minority. Then I think you'll see they'll calm down, they'll accept that as reality and say, we live to fight another day. We can't have our country divided right now, though. We need to be focused on the real enemy to our country right now is in Washington. That's the real threat. We need to work together to fight that threat. And
So
those numbers don't show that so far.
But how do you begin to heal, right? Given the fact that we've got such a fractured nation in terms of, just look at those numbers again. You know, if it ends up being, we're waiting to see whether minority or majority, but how do you, as the new leader of this country, reach out to those people who didn't vote for you?
I don't think you can.
No.
I think our country's becoming more like the United States. We hear it every day on our shows that people who are conservative are really conservative. There's that wing of the party where people, they bought into Donald Trump. They like him, and they believe that elections can be fixed and that pollsters lie to you and that the media is lying to you all of the time. That exists in our country, and
The media said that Kamala was gonna win the election. They said it many times. And it was the exact opposite. You wonder why people question this stuff, because they do. They say one thing and something completely different happens. And it's time and time again. People question the mainstream media. You guys have lost all credibility. You can't even keep yourselves accountable. You say one thing and then you run back on it. All mainstream media does it. Every single outlet. None of them are different. They all repeat the same things.
I think it's only going to grow as a result of this. My show 4 or 5 days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it in his tweet today.
Yeah, but too late.
That needed to happen weeks earlier, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised about that.
Radio talk show hosts can keep talking, so I'm going to have to wrap you up.
One more thing.
No, Bashing, take it over, Bashing. Go.
And certainly, we could listen to them for a lot longer. I think everything that you just heard was totally accurate. But we have another call to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding of Nepean. Not a difficult battle for Mark Carney there, not unexpected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister and form government. You can see there we have declared him the winner in his riding as well. He has never, Omar, sat as a member of Parliament. In fact, this will be when Parliament is set to resume later this month, or in May rather. This will be his first time in Parliament.
No stranger to big issues, but a political neophyte, and that riding, of course, adjacent to Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Let's get to CTV's Geneviève Beauchemin at Liberal headquarters, and it's always less awkward, Geneviève, when a Prime Minister has won his own seat.
Oh, absolutely. And it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority or majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, this is a big. People are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get the vote out. Every single vote out, door knocking for Mark Carney, and they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift, and so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously, and there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because of course we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing of seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely. And as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen. Still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, we'll check in with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland, there has won her seat of University Rosedale. That's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000.
Oh, wow. Chrystia Freeland won her seat, or so they have projected. I don't know. I don't even know if we can trust this right now, because they keep saying, well, we project this and we're projecting that. They still technically haven't reached the amount of seats yet to form the minority government. Yeah, we're still waiting on quite a few, and they're on track to most likely form the government, but there's a lot that still could change. We don't know yet. But if it keeps up this way, which it has been, the Liberals will most likely take a minority, at the very least.
1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be
Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That by-election for Toronto St. Paul's, really like the pinnacle of the Liberal dissent in public opinion polling. And there it is there. We've declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart, the Conservative candidate, who had surprised everybody when he did win.
And there we have it, Leslie Church, again for the Liberals there in Toronto St. Paul's. Let's go to Maya Johnson, who's standing by in Montreal. Maya.
All right. It is very loud here at Liberal Watch Party in downtown Montreal. We are here with Mark Miller, the candidate for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. And just a few months ago, this seemed completely improbable, the Liberals winning this election.
Yeah, look, it didn't look good. I had hope. I'd say probably we deserve to be where we were a couple months ago. A lot of infighting. I think things changed for a number of reasons.
Yeah, that's pretty much over, guys. I don't know, like
point in time.
Yeah, there's still more seats to come, but I don't know at this point. I do not know at this point.
Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainland.
Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know,
okay,
like sort of
sorry.
thing. Don't worry,
I got a lot of people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me, the only other prime minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15 percentage points. And who is down? Well, no surprise. The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. and it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead, the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be
feels
fair.
That way,
yeah,
though.
I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here. It's possible, but it's getting a little bit harder for the Liberals to get there, and they're going to have to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrian now, who has some results.
You bet. You're talking about tiny margins. You're talking about areas the Liberals want to flip. Let's look at some of those. Let's start with Kitchener Centre. You are not seeing green on the map on the bar at the bottom because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls reporting. That's the very thing Rosie's been talking about. Let's look at another one, Hamilton Centre. Again, the NDP wanted to hang on to that. Liberals are leading with 55, just 55. One last, another one that's tiny margin. That is Niagara South, and that is a riding that would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution. The Liberals are holding it with just 22. Only one poll reporting there, Rosie.
Okay, so some of those early results you're seeing, some of those tight places. Oh, I think you've got one more
Oh, I
elected
do.
here.
Well,
Yeah,
look
off
at
you
that,
go.
and that's a big one to miss. That is Leslie.
The numbers keep going up and down on the seats because, what do you call it? They're counting up the votes, and they're probably going to change throughout all night. It's probably going to continue all night, if I had to guess. But based on everything right now, we're currently waiting for like the confirmed seats. We need confirmed seats, not elected and leading. But I don't know. We need the 100% elected seat, not just the leading. I don't know what we're at because they keep flipping back and forth between all the ridings. Some of them are just starting. One had like 10 votes more than the other. I don't even know what's going on right now because they've pretty much claimed that the Liberals have won, but they're far off from finishing all the seats. So I don't know what's going on here, guys. And I'm getting texts that's telling me it's happening on every single media, like mainstream legacy media platform. They've all confirmed that it's a Liberal government essentially at the same time. So I don't know. There's still probably a few more hours to go at the very least. But as of right now, based on these numbers, it looks like Carney is going to get 4 years. Which is It's interesting, I
Church
guess.
projected
My
elected
goodness.
in Toronto.
Rosie,
Of course you have a prop.
Because we have an arts and craft division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot you're dealing with in Carleton, right? This is what the longest ballot, this is what 91 names look like, right? And you gotta do this to kind of find Pierre Poilievre. He's right there, by the way, on the ballot. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal, is right there on the ballot. But just look at the sheer girth of this thing. Right? Just look at this, 91 names. So you got to get this, you got to write it, you got to fold it up, they got to stuff it into, I don't know, a mail box as opposed to a ballot box. And there were 43,000 of these cast in the advance vote, right? So that's already in there in the system. That's why they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted a by-election special there and with LaSalle Marvin. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these. That's the challenge you're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Erin O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives on the
Sure,
back
but
bench.
let's see. If he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. He could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
One thing to measure the drapes, it's another thing to measure the coffin. I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes,
the caucus might turf him. I mean, the base might vote him back in.
Okay,
but Rosemary, in terms of the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
if he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's actually what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Yes, and first we're going to just talk a little bit about what is going on in Quebec before we get to Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle. Emard Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right away. Let's just get to the good stuff. And there you are, Vanessa Lee, on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking very well in the riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call yet, or it's very early. I think our numbers are very good, but are very early. We're very grateful that Canadians have decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored, and we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump. We know it's going to be complicated, so the stronger the Canadian government can be, the more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized Canadians. And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis, versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone Bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Hélène Laverdière kept that riding.
That's right.
Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about 46% of the vote. Still early numbers, though.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 leading or elected for, I think they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for the NDP. You need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear. Leading and elected in 1. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a two-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now. I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular vote and whether it matters here. I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals are at 44.7%. The Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that these numbers are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this two-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is. Both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes.
Where they can come together, especially when you consider where the NDP vote is going and if the NDP will have any type of balance of power that they can hold going forward. And again, we haven't heard it in this room just yet because another network is on the big screen. But certainly when people hear it, you can expect a bit of a sigh. And because I've been talking to Liberals in this room, they were really crossing their fingers, hoping that they'd gotten enough for the vote out, hoping that they had done enough for the work to prove to Canadians that a majority is what it would take. But a number of them, again, they were cautiously optimistic. And now that we know it's a minority, I think a lot of the people in this room will look at this and say it's a partial win and that they're happy for now, happy that they'll be able to form the government and then try and figure out exactly which party they'll have to work with to get things done in the House of Commons, Vashi.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be.
Well, they're not wanting to. They don't want any of this to happen. But yes,
if it's going to be a Liberal government,
if it's a minority
government, it is easier to swallow. I want to head over to Abigail Bimman. As we were seeing the tracker coming up on the screen, we were looking at Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it seemed, again, early, but it seemed at that stage that he was trailing in his own riding. We'll see what happens with that ultimately. But what are you seeing and what are you hearing where you are, Abigail?
Well, the mood has certainly changed considerably since the last time we chatted. It's a much different atmosphere in the room now. When CTV projected a Liberal win, the minority screen has not come up yet at these headquarters, but in that first Liberal win, the room just went silent. There was just, not a sound here. And when you look at the faces of the people in the crowd, it's just a very upset scene. I think you'll hear more from my colleague Colton Prale, who's on the floor speaking to those people. But in terms of the campaign, this was a campaign that was very happy to provide me information when things seemed to be going well in terms of those early results from Atlantic Canada, and telling me, a few times that they were expecting, that they were very optimistic about Ontario and BC. I have now not had any information from official party sources in the last, I think we're now at 2 hours, so not interested in speaking at the moment. I've also put in several requests for an update on the leader, Pierre Poilievre. We understand he's watching results with his family in a hotel nearby, and has said that he will obviously come and speak later, but no updates there as to how he's feeling, what he's thinking, or what he's seeing at this point, watching those results. Perhaps maybe a moment to reflect on some of the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. What stands out to me in my mind right now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute, not a lot of time there. But I really stands out standing in that room at that press conference at platform release day. And there was a moment when the whole energy in the room shifted, and Poilievre, in his comments about the platform release, sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I felt the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was acknowledging or feeling a change of wind, so to speak, about how things were going. And he had almost a sheen in his eye, saying that he owes the country everything. And I saw that again at another point in a rally, and that to me was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week, and seeing that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but last night at his rally in his own riding, when he said for the first time, "No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you." And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that Conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Bimman at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things certainly stand out here. First of all, I know we talk about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people it was about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905 in the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live, that there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. What does that tell you about Mark Carney's ability to deal with Trump?
I think, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole, the price that incumbents pay really does play out when it comes down to people's, the affordability issue was one. The housing issue is a long-term structural problem in this country. Poor Sean Fraser may be paying for some of past sins there. What's, to me, very interesting that we need to be paying attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late from the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly they might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because it may hold the balance of power. So when we think about the Liberals' spending plans, which are large, right? We know they're going to take our deficit up to $60+ billion in the first fiscal year. That's a big number. That's new debt that we'll all carry. They'll need the support from another party for that. And that other party might have spending plans of their own, let's remember. So what was already sort of a big spend facing down a tariff fight, trying to prop up the economy, and economists think it will do that, might get to be an even bigger and more costly spend as we look down this.
And Amanda, as you're speaking, we just have the results for Central Nova. We saw a little bit of a seesaw back and forth, the Liberals and the Conservatives, and we are now able to declare that the incumbent, Sean Fraser, is going to be re-elected in his riding of Central Nova. So despite an early lead from Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative, we know that that Sean Fraser will be winning there, has recaptured his seat. Stephen Guilbeault.
So he didn't lose his seat. My God, I thought they told us earlier he did.
Winning his seat in Laurier-Sainte-Marie. You know, you were talking a little bit about what Mark Carney has to do now. In a minority situation, you haven't got the time, right? And we're dealing in a situation at a time when people want results. They want them fairly instantly.
Yeah.
And so what kind of pressures, what's the most important file other than the U.S.-Canada file? Because in terms of a housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy infrastructure and actually get our resources to Tidewater and new markets? Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority parliament. A minority government has to get agreement in different ways. Will that sense of kind of cohesiveness hang with us? Will we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that'll be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard, because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost of tariffs. It's easier said than done, right? Internal trade is a big deal. It's
and July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces.
That's right.
But the race is on.
I think also, though, so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is the economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, if you're talking about building big projects, I mean, they run through Quebec. And Yves-François Blanchet, if his relative power has just increased despite a decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four that we're talking about. Even Jagmeet Singh has said he'd be okay at this point with the pipeline, for example, who would unequivocally stand in the way of it. Like, this becomes very problematic for any government, in particular this one, if they want to advance that.
It very much changes the stakes, and of course it might change what has to be offered to Quebec in order to appease on some of those issues. It will be a major factor, and remember, we are still fighting a trade war, and we're still fighting, of course, a president that's still talking.
Oh, she wanted to say something else there. Look, we are finally updated on the map here. If we take a look at the areas at Ontario. You know what? They gained. The Conservatives did gain, and the Liberals lost. So 10 seats. The NDP just nowhere to be found. I predicted this, that it would go Liberal, and NDP. I expected a complete blue wave in Alberta and Saskatchewan. I guess that didn't happen. BC is still coming in. Still a couple seats in Alberta as well. And I don't know if every single riding or seat has been confirmed yet that we see here. There's a few in Ontario and one in Quebec as well. So we're still waiting. At this point, I don't think the Conservatives can win unless they somehow get every single seat. And even then, it would be a minority government victory by like 1 seat, 2 seats. I don't know, guys. I don't think we're looking at a victory here for the Conservatives, at least.
Skirts, and we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at Brampton.
We still have a long way to go, though. I've pretty much lost my voice, so I haven't been talking much. And at the moment, we are looking at... They looked like there could have been a comeback there for a second, and there possibly looks like there still could be with these seats flipping back and forth, and they aren't accurate with their reporting. Clearly, they tell you one thing, and then An hour later, they say another. So, I don't know, guys. We'll see what happens. We'll be going into probably the AM here. Just want to thank everybody for joining. If you are still here, hit that like button, hit that sub button. If you are new, let's get back into it.
Let's head over to Markham, Unionville. We'll see what it's looking like there. The Conservatives in the lead by 510, Nick.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been Conservative in the past, so this is good news for Poilievre on this front. But, you know, all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one. Richmond Hill South, still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another Liberal incumbent trailing, Nick.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a comfy lead for Ho on this front, even with 115 polls reporting. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the advanced polls, how that actually plays itself out.
Okay, a couple of close ridings, close races in the 905. That is around the Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it back to the National Newsroom.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And you see, again, the floor and the ceiling there, the max that the CTV News Decision Desk is projecting is 167, so about 5 seats shy of the 172 majority. And we have, in fact, called for a Liberal minority government. But some interesting results there coming, Vashi, from the 905.
Very much so. And I think reflective, again, as I mentioned to Amanda, of the challenges with affordability and the degree to which I think people in and around suburbs, particularly in Ontario, are dissatisfied with the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years and making their voice heard. I think I saw at one point Francesca Sorbera, who has been around for a while as a Liberal, again in the GTA area. It could have cost him his seat. We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect. But that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is we're assuming the Liberals can find a dance partner or might be able to. But if you look at the numbers, and they're not conclusive at this point, but early look at them would leave you with the impression that if other parties wanted to get together to oppose them, to defeat them, that also isn't not the highest bar for them to cross as well.
Quite
so,
a scenario, right?
Very, very different scenarios at play.
And one of the early ridings that we were watching through the night is Central Nova. Yes. And it looks like the CTV News Decision Desk is projecting that Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, will be retaining his seat despite the fact that it looked to the contrary earlier on. But again, he has recaptured his seat. Let's get to CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax, who has been watching this. And this has been quite a back and forth for the past few hours, and we are able to make that declaration now. Todd, what's the reaction there?
Yeah, and Omar, as you can imagine, it was a real nail-biter. It's after midnight here on the East Coast, so there's some distance now between when the polls closed and when we're getting those results. And the Conservative Bryson Jenkins had what seemed to be a pretty respectable lead, but that now flipped to the point where we declared Sean Fraser as the winner. And so, again, you start wondering about those advanced polls and if those got counted later, and if that's what created a bit of a surge for Sean Fraser. I want to go to another riding, Terra Nova, the peninsulas on the island of Newfoundland. This is one where Jonathan Rowe had a slight edge ahead of, or he had a fairly healthy lead over Anthony Germain, and that is down now to, look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left to count. So that one is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, St. Margaret's South Shore in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP, Conservative, is now trailing the Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced poll votes had been counted and whether that created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal now, where Mitsui is standing by.
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. At this point, the Bloc is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. If we look at the possible seat changes, the Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's 9 right now, but it's been 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc. They say their hearts are with the Bloc. And the Bloc did run a good campaign. But the people say they're worried about global trade wars. They're worried about Donald Trump. And under these circumstances, they say sovereignty is a hard sell this time. Now, an example of what's happening to the bloc, if you look at Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, it's a bloc riding. Now, the Liberals don't have a huge lead, but you got to remember that this is a riding where the Liberals are traditionally not strong at all. And the Liberals are leading here. And also, we go back to Trois-Rivières. That's the riding where we said was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a three-way race. The Liberals are ahead of the incumbent bloc. Still, though, overall in Quebec, the bloc are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So they have lost seats, but they're looking at the possibility of holding that balance of power. We'll go over now to Ottawa. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, well, we know Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next door in Carleton, so interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones, with about 5 polls reporting, show the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now, very interesting, does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. Could be a long night due to...
Guys, I don't even know what to think anymore. I honestly don't know what to say. If Poilievre loses his riding, holy fuck. Bro, I don't even know. The fact that she was smiling and laughing and giggling, like, she was so happy that Carney won. That was crazy, man. Oh, wow. You know, they said it was going to be a close race, I guess, but I didn't expect... I don't know. I thought the polls were just BS, but here we are still a couple more seats to go. We'll see what happens, where they end up. It looks like the NDP, they are done. They are cooked as a party. And with Mark Carney in power, I think the country's probably cooked as well. So, yeah. It was a good run, lads.
To that very long, vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt, because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Mark Carney is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Roman Baber, he at this point could potentially unseat Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, first elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Also, if we go over to York Durham, this is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that the Conservative candidate here, Jacob Mantle, a lawyer, a ward councillor, he is taking this riding. So it does signal that people in this part of the country are hungry for some change. And we got our eye on about, I would say, 12 other ridings that are potential Conservative gains at this stage. So it really does tell the story of keeping the Liberals' power in check in this election. Let's go over to Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 ridings. Right now, Conservatives are leading or elected. And we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings have gone Conservative, leading or elected in 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings, going for the Conservatives there. So only 1 riding for the NDP in Edmonton. That's Edmonton Strathcona. This one's not a surprise. Heather McPherson is a 2-time NDP MP there. She's very popular. She won with 60% margin last time. But I want to turn your attention to Edmonton Gateway. This is Tim Upples' riding. He's expected to win here. He is a 5-term MP. But it's the independent candidate here, Rod Loyola, that maybe could throw a spanner in the works. He was running for the Liberals. He's a former NDP MLA. He resigned to run for the Liberals. They dumped him fairly early on in the campaign because they found an old video where he was speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at an anti-NATO rally. So they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the slogans. and he used them anyway. He basically came out and said, hey, they don't own the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Okpul is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Mi-Jung in Vancouver.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight two-way races and three-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that CTV has declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals trying to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent Parm Bains. Now, I've been watching this riding. It's been going back and forth between those two all night, a really tight battle. This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives lead.
JFT, man, I don't know, dude. It's so weird right now. They literally... I don't know. There's still seats, technically, that aren't even called for yet, and a lot of them are being counted for. A lot of them, there's still polls that haven't been counted in the riding. It's just... This whole thing is so strange right now. I don't know.
Leading at this point, but just a few minutes ago, Parm Bains this is one the NDP wants to hang on to. Liberals are hoping to flip it. Tight race right now. Don Davies.
Brother, it is now 155 to 151. Like, what? This is what I mean. Like, what is going on? Something isn't right.
Personally, very popular, very involved. When he heard about the carnage and people being killed, he went back to show his support for the people there to see if there was anything he could do. He is popular in that riding. We'll see if his personal popularity can win out over any strategic voting coalescing on the progressive side. So we're keeping watch on those two very close ridings and several others that are shaping up to be real races.
And
Omar, Vashi?
Mi-Jung, thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the tracker, as Mi-Jung mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP. They need 12 for official party status. Will they even have that before the night is over? The results in BC, particularly on the island where they have 6 of the 7 seats, or had, I should say, a dissolution, that is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party, and also the future of its leader as well.
Yeah, and really the sort of drop in their support in Ontario, a big part of the story as well. We'll look to get some of the key results in that province that are emblematic of that right now, though we want to head over to the riding of Central Nova, long held by the McKay family, now held for a number of elections by Sean Fraser, in a bit of a nail-biter over the last number of hours. I want to head to Paul Hollingsworth.
This is really strange. They keep going back to the Sean Fraser riding over and over again. I don't know why they keep doing this. It's like they're trying to distract or something. And I noticed they haven't mentioned the numbers in that little section there. Guys, I don't know. I'm not saying like the Conservatives are going to have a huge comeback win, but this is much closer than it was 3-5 minutes ago.
Came in the early hours
Okay, and then it flips,
of this.
and then it flips back. So like this is what I'm talking about, guys. I don't know. I don't know at this point.
Campaign this evening, when we saw those results, fear, doubt, and concern set in. It looked like it could be a Conservative win, and this room was very quiet. Feelings of despair set in, and people were clearly worried about the outcome. Look, when you look at Bryson Jenkins, what he accomplished in this campaign, we are told he's a young, energetic campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months, had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter MacKay was there. His father, Elmer MacKay, was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to seal the deal. But the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they wanted to wait for those advanced polling numbers to come in. It's purely anecdotal on our part, but it seems to be that those polling numbers from the advanced polls probably really made a huge difference. And what could have been a major conservative gain here in Central Nova, a riding with deep progressive conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what clearly was a stressful victory, but a key hold for the Liberals as they hang on to Central Nova here in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie, I wonder if you guys are taking a pool to see how soon we'll be back together again.
Look how close those numbers are, guys, right now.
It's quite a result.
Well, yeah, I just switched. But
They finally mentioned the numbers. Man.
it's very close. Look at when you're dealing with a minority that is this.
Back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, you know, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in the House of Commons and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to owe something to the Bloc? And is that his dance partner?
No.
Is it going to be the NDP?
It's going to be the NDP. Look, they're at 11. They're at 11 seats right now. It requires 12 to get official party status.
Right.
This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have no trouble negotiating official party status anyway, because they'd offer their support to the new minority Liberal government.
But then we're back where we started.
And I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had.
For the reason you gave, Rona, it would be toxic.
The Bloc is worse, but the
for Carney to go with the Bloc.
I mean,
Rona,
the NDP is not going to be any better than what we just had for the last 10 years.
But depending on how this goes, I'm wondering, for the Conservatives on the panel here, is Blanchette on the phone with Poilievre right now, accepting those calls, wondering if maybe he's going to be I mean, it's not only the Liberals that are facing this question.
We are not going to be in a coalition with separatists.
So
that would never
okay, well, then I guess
It's
then,
getting heated.
If that's
you know what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are going to have to work together. They're going to have to figure out where they have some common ground.
If he stays.
He'll stay.
Yeah. But I mean, I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding dance partners, right? I think also this election has been very different, right? Canadians are wanting the parties to work together because we have a significant threat before us. And I think it's very important. I've known Mark Carney from before. He's not the type of person that's just going to be placating for the sake of who do I work with. This is about dealing with the most consequential threat. And to be honest, I believe him. So this is about working together. We have premiers working together, right? So it's incumbent upon.
Kevin won his seat. Oh my goodness. We have to hear Kevin yelling at the top of his lungs. Oh man, what a crazy night so far, guys. We are still, I don't know how much longer this is going to be, but it feels like the never-ending race right now.
On us as federal.
Liberal Party has always been a coalition. I mean, certainly is now with all these NDP voters that have supported it. So he's got the challenge of dance party with the Bloc on the one hand, and then in a kind of a dance party inside happening down in the basement of the Liberal Party of Canada, where he's got to find his way to reaching his economic goals, which I think he sincerely believes in, when there may be a lot of people inside his party who might not be, super supportive of some of those things.
James, I want to take that thought bubble that I can see that's above your head and get you to say it out loud. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, look, when you're elected into a majority government, then you can kind of plan out your agenda over the course of 36 to 48 months. When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize, and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislative
Blake is going to lose his seat. That would be crazy.
approval, what you can do by governor and council, what you can do through partnership with provinces, or do through Budget Implementation Act. So as a prime minister in a minority government, it'll be incumbent on Prime Minister Carney to say, these are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities out there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority of the House. He doesn't have a majority of the popular vote. He has an obligation to respect the democratic mandate that is expressed in the entirety of Parliament and work with others in order to get things done. He is correct. Prime Minister Carney is correct that the biggest challenge that Canada will have, at least through the calendar 2025 and probably for the next couple of years, is the threat of the abrogation of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement with the United States, the imposition of tariffs, and the belligerence from the White House. He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, Liberals acting with open minds and in good faith can get a lot of good things done for the country, but it requires people to come together and for Mr. Carney to come forward and to be prepared to do that.
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Poilievre, then, can Canada First and Canada Strong work together?
I think that yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center, because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left-wing socialist voters that have got him there.
I'm not sure she characterized it as a basement full of
NDP
left-wing.
voters.
Not sure that's an exact quote.
NDP voters, I'll paraphrase. And he, for instance, his platform is more spending than Trudeau ever did. He also has a higher industrial carbon tax and then a carbon tariff at the border. And so when you look at tax increases and big spending, I don't think many Canadians want that. Definitely no Conservatives want it. So maybe he can back away from some of those things and work with Pierre on some of those things.
And maybe I'm romantic.
I heard absolutely nothing from this guy. This was the Green Party's leader. Heard nothing from him, saw nothing from him. This is no shock he was defeated. What do you expect?
Or maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm both. But from the President of the United States isn't enough for us to work together. If you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat. Let's get through this. Let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this Parliament.
And you're already seeing this right now.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I have to agree with James on this. Absolutely, that's what Canadians expect. And if you don't, guess what? Next election, they're going to send you even a stronger message.
I think that's
But
right.
I have always thought of James as a real romantic, I have to say. But I think he's really romanticizing the situation here, because when we talk about belligerent, really that's a word that most of us would associate with Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's going to be really difficult to try and make that dance party work in the House of Commons.
I'm going to
given
point
the
everybody's attention
circumstances.
to what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're talking about Mr. Poilievre working with Mr. Carney. That may not be the case. Then where do we land?
Guys, I don't even know what's going on anymore. What are we looking at? I think is the real question of the night. Wow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know at this point. There's probably still more to go. Hard to say, but this is his own writing. My God, man.
Where does your romantic mindset get it?
Quebec wanting to do some things that are good for the country and to protect Quebec and all of Canada from the threats of the United States. However, the Bloc Québécois are a different political animal, and their real goal, in my view, are the 2026 provincial elections in the province of Quebec and supporting the Parti Québécois and what risk that threatens to the country. But for the rest of this year and early into next year, the two main parties.
How close this one is. This one's like 150 votes. Calgary. So guys, this is going to continue for a bit.
That aspire to govern this country need to make sure that they're working for the benefit of the country, not for the benefit of the next election campaign. Boots, not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away.
I don't understand. Like, Pierre announced 100 days of change where he would force all of the politicians to work through the summer in order to bring us back out of where we were. And people still, probably heard that and went, no, another 4 years of Trudeau 2.0, please, on a nice platter for me. That's what crazy. Absolutely crazy.
You don't say, look, what's wrong with wearing a suit?
NDP vote did obviously shift also because of him. And that's something that he has
Oh, the Green Party stole a seat from the Conservatives. Wow.
to also realize as well is how do you speak to all Canadians.
Okay.
I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate political infighting when you have a significant threat like this. And I think Mark Carney has been right. He's demonstrated even the little time that he has been as Prime Minister, how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market. And I appreciate the, thing about spending more. But the thing is, he's got a proven track record of proper investment.
That's right.
We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly.
Right.
And one of the key things that Mark Carney's talked about is the interprovincial trade barriers. We need to get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to Europe. And also, let's not forget the Pacific as well.
I know this conversation is going to continue off camera, but I'm going to send it over to Vashi and to Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Let's head on over to Natalie Johnson, who's standing by in the riding of University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland sees.
Chrystia Freeland resigned. She should just be gone. That's what she should be doing right now.
In a Mark Carney government now.
Election. Chrystia, congratulations on reclaiming your very red riding here at University of Rosedale.
We have to hear her say Mr. Speaker again. Like, I just thought we could have moved on from that. Did Karina Gould win her riding? Or did she not run? Or, like, what happened with her?
But we know that the picture is not quite as merry across the GTA. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now?
And for me, I look back to as recently as December when everyone...
All right, I'm going to do us all a favor and just mute that momentarily. Wow. The polls are jumping back and forth right now. They are dancing, as you can see. But I think it's probably confirmed a Liberal government, guys. I keep saying it. The Conservative number gets closer, and then it does something like that. Still, like I keep saying, there's a lot of time left. There's going to be a lot of time left before this is completely over. Like, look, this riding right here is like 10 whole votes, essentially. Not actually, but you get what I'm saying. Been live for 4.5 hours at this point. This has been a crazy live stream. Thank you all for joining if you are still here. We are currently watching Chrystia Freeland celebrate her riding. Really not something I wanted to see tonight.
To Calgary. In Calgary Centre right now, the Conservative incumbent Greg McLean is in second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan. If you're a political nerd like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well-known in provincial politics. And finally, Calgary McKnight, where the Liberal George Shahal finds himself in second at this point. The Conservative Delwinder Gill ahead by more than 400 votes at this stage of the game, Rosie.
Lots of interesting races there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at... Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois. And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but the
It's
news
early
here is
still, but Jagmeet is not looking too good. Looks like Jagmeet will not be taking a seat in the House of Commons. And to agree with what Go So Fat said earlier, it's honestly not even satisfying that he's going to lose because this is just quite disappointing overall.
is won in her riding by 1,700 votes, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh wow, would you look at that? Congratulations, Elizabeth. Congratulations.
We'll continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time.
She hasn't won yet, but there's always one. There's always one single Green Party seat, and it's typically her.
She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage, and that's because this man,
Oh, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
Jonathan Pedno, is the other co-leader tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight, and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochrane, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you
right.
what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all.
What? Let this be a lesson. It wasn't even fully called yet. Guys, what? Guys, he went back to Newfoundland and Labrador, and the riding wasn't fully called yet. And they were done over there. They were pretty much good to go. And he's now let this be a lesson for the rest of tonight. Guys, what is gonna happen? What are we about to witness?
All night. The Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advance votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect, with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote.
Those polls closed at 7 p.m. and they are still counting over there. This is going to go on for a very long time. And I'm now even starting to wonder, like what, gotta be careful here, but you know, if you catch my drift at this point, like, what are we doing? Are those the advanced polls? Did they just finish counting them? Like, were they normal votes that, like, what happened? Was there a box that got lost? Like, what happened here? Yeah, you know what I'm getting at? Like, this is... I don't know. And if this is a lesson for the rest of tonight, this is going to be a reoccurring thing.
Is not quite showing up because
the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still, lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected.
Okay, so about an hour and a half-ish ago, they were like, oh, confirmed Liberal government, it's gonna happen, and now they're sitting here going, well, you might wake up tomorrow and you don't know. We don't know what's happening. Guys, the gaslighting right now, I think, is some of the most unreal trash we are witnessing from the legacy mainstream media. It's a classic playbook. I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, the cons are losing, but holy crap, man. Sitting here telling us that it's gonna be an elected government and then saying that, oh yeah, by the way, you could wake up tomorrow and we don't know the full result yet. By the way, polls that closed at 7 p.m. are still being counted and could flip at any time. Guys, what are we doing?
Remarkable comeback, and I really want to say...
Oh no, that was a jump scare. Oh man, I'm trying to be lighthearted about this right now because this is a bit strange. You know, typically you just get the results and it's all said and done. But now, like I said, these ridings that were pretty much counted for are still changing, and I don't know. And this was the last person I wanted to see on the screen. Oh my goodness.
Kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark, understood that the ballot question is who.
All right.
Because I look at all of the Ottawa seats, and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. Like the 613 area code isn't just going Liberal; it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, averaging over 60%, with the Conservatives landing in the 30s, and in some ridings, in the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time, and then we just saw those numbers go down, 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 down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You look at these numbers, and I think he could be in real trouble. Because it's not just the Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by public servants, which is places like Stittsville in that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals pulled off a big win in Glengarry Prescott Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I wanted to ask you about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers, particularly you were the one who earlier mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario, in particular, some really solid seats for the New Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audrey McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, brought our party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for British Columbia. We have a lot of New Democratic seats that are leaning or looking, small numbers of polls there, but that are looking good. Obviously, Cowichan, Courtney Alberni, a few others, even the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go our way, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flock to other parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that the Conservatives pulled some of our vote in some areas too. But Liberals were the benefiter for sure. And right now it seems like Canadians.
I wonder what the Conservative Party as a whole is thinking right now. Like, these things are flipping pretty sporadically. The Bloc just went down to 23 seats. We're at 25. The NDP, they were at 10. It looks like they claim that all 343 have been counted or are fully counted or are active in play right now. I don't know. This is an interesting late game, I guess you can call it, because I don't know if these polls are going to continue to flip into the favor of the Liberals. If all of a sudden these polls from 7 p.m. and a little bit like after that are flipping because they're not fully counted yet. I don't know, guys. This could continue to go one way or another.
Have hired
almost like the Liberal edge was very small. That has since amplified, right? You're looking right now at 164 seats to 146. This is, not a conclusive number at this point. What type of minority government does that look like to you versus, neck and neck?
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done the evening. And Corey and I were talking, Kathleen off camera. You know, when you look at the effect of the advance ballots coming in toward the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those close ridings in the 905, Bramptons, a couple of other spots. I think you'll see that the Liberal plurality will firm up. To me, the issue about the minority is really about Carney and his agenda. And, you know, looking at what the other panel was talking about when you talk about these questions of how do you manage Trump? How do you take on these challenges? I mean, let's be crystal clear about this. Mark Carney, as Prime Minister, inherits a country in crisis, right? We are in a trade war with our largest partner, with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest military. Our security and economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular or at least specifically unpopular among certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's going to be part of the job of Prime Minister.
I saw Anita Anand right there. Hold on, I'm going to go back. That's pretty close.
Be broadly unpopular. I think he has all the potential and was on course if he'd been in a majority situation to be a radical Prime Minister. Someone who's willing to undertake really
At
quite
this
sweeping
point, though,
change.
I feel like it just doesn't really matter. I don't know. The polls, you know what? We could wake up tomorrow and it could flip and the Conservatives could win by 1 seat because of weird advanced polling. Or we could wake up tomorrow and the Liberals could have a full majority because of the advanced polling, whether they decided to count it before or after. Who knows how they're actually deciding to do this? Because I need to mention the fact again that one of the ridings that closed at 7 p.m., they're still counting from there, and it changed. So this probably is going to go into late or early tomorrow. I'm going to go for probably another hour at the very most. We'll see what happens, but this will probably continue into tomorrow for sure.
Re-engineer the economy.
His decision desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding of Sanish.
Oh, wow. Yay. Re-elected. Guys, Elizabeth made the cut. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
Islands. Chuckles from Scott.
Why are you laughing? She held. Come on. There was a comp.
She helped. No, no, she did not. No, she did not. Carney already said he will use emergency powers. Maybe Jagmeet ends up being Prime Minister. Yeah, Carney uses emergency powers and gives all power to the NDP. Power play of the year.
Competition there.
The whole evening has been a game of 52 card pick.
I just had a word. I think it's the first time that the Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister.
All right, so obviously the audio not that great, but you can tell from her facial expressions that she's jubilant, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future to a certain extent. Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of Jagmeet Singh, does he stay or does he go? Because I mean, we've been talking a lot about the NDP and the collapse in their support. To be fair, he was able to advance significant causes in this parliament. What happens to him now?
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of reflection, which is the pat answer. But I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values of Canadians. New Democrats have fought throughout the years for the programs, the social programs that Canadians care most about: pensions, health care, things like dental care. And so there's going to be after some introspection, And I really think that, Jagmeet will go down in the history books. He has done some incredible things.
Oh, he'll go down in the history books, all right, but I don't know if it's going to be for the good. I don't know if there's going to be much good surrounding Jagmeet in the history
Edmonton,
books.
Strathcona. So that means,
Oh
really,
boy, guys.
obviously no growth potential here.
Guys, I don't know. It looks like the this the like 100%
No
going
growth
on right now
potential here
poll?
at all.
Yes, it is. Looks like the Liberals broke the block pretty good. Looks like they managed to take over a lot of those seats that the bloc ended up losing. I'm surprised Saskatchewan, Manitoba didn't go like full red or full blue, excuse me. We're creeping up on 5 hours. Cut me some slack at this point. But I'm surprised, yeah, they didn't go full blue. I predicted, yeah, red, and orange there for sure. I don't know, man. Not as much of a blue wave as I guess everybody hyped it up to be. But then again, the results are still coming in. That riding right there in Newfoundland just changed to Liberal, so we'll see what happens over the next hour or so.
All comes down to British Columbia. This is
Elizabeth May has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh no, please don't show this again. We just got here. We just got away from her.
And we declared a loss for Jagmeet Singh, and there is a loss of official party status as well. His future is very much in peril. I would say also another key NDP ride.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jagmeet. Not looking good at all. He's gonna fail to even get into a second spot. He's cooked. And the media, time and time again, asked him, where are your supporters, Jagmeet? What happened? Oh, you guys look like you're not doing too well in the polls. You guys think you're going to have a majority or a party status going into this? And he just instantly went to Trump every time. It was his way to deflect the fact that his party was falling apart. And it didn't work. Did not work. And at the debate, he didn't really do much other than interrupt everybody, get muted, and then get very upset about being muted. It's like you acted out. He's gonna mute you. He has to moderate the debate, Jagmeet. I don't know if the NDP, maybe they were something at one point in time, and yeah, this is just game over for them. Game over for the NDP.
That Kathleen mentioned.
His riding likely here in Hamilton Centre. We've heard from Jagmeet Singh. He was in this area, in these Ontario ridings throughout the closing days of this campaign, trying to hold on to these seats, telling his supporters to hold the line here. But this, along with a number...
Oh, it looks like the line has fallen. There's a big hole in the line. A major hole in the line. As a matter of fact, I predicted like 10 to 15 seats just to be like, give them maybe a bit of the benefit of the doubt, but no, they're not even going to get 10. They're not even going to get that. That's what happens. F around and find out, Jagmeet.
Of other competitor Rebecca Chartrand, that is a significant loss. When I had spoken to people in the NDP campaign, they thought that was potentially a pretty safe seat for them, so that's a big deal. Another big upset for the NDP over in Edmonton, one of those sort of central Edmonton, downtown Edmonton ridings, which has gone NDP at times, including in the last election, now flipping to Kerry Diot, who ran for mayor, I believe, also sat as an MP at some point. Pretty well-known conservative figure in Edmonton, Omar, but a big hit for the NDP there as well.
And official party status is significant. I mean, the NDP...
So two of these ridings here are very close. Surrey, was it Surrey Newton?
Sitting right.
And what was the other one? Surrey Center. Both pretty close.
Omar, but a big hit
some weight to it, and that's why it is important to reach at least that 12-seat threshold in whatever parliament you happen to be in.
One piece of, just sorry to interrupt, one piece of quick good news for them. In this long tail now of bad news, Alexandre Deloris re-elected to their lone seat in Quebec. We were just able to declare.
That's great news for them. I believe we have Colton Prale right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Colton Prale standing by. Tell us, Colton, where you are and what you're hearing.
Yeah, Omar, I'm in the Conservative HQ here, and the reactions tonight have been stark. We've seen intense anger, especially when we called the result, before we even had a minority or majority. But since then, that emotion has quelled, and it's turned into this level of disbelief. The number of supporters that I've talked to here that are stunned that they find themselves in what they feel like is essentially the same situation they were in 5 weeks ago is significant. And in some cases, that disbelief is literal. When we saw the closing of those polling numbers, of those result numbers, when they were both in the 50s, for example, there were chants of bring it home here. There were supporters who, despite us having called the results, genuinely still believed that this was up for grabs and that this was still available to them. That has subsided a little bit here, but what we're left with is massive questions around the future of the party. Everyone I speak to still says they feel like Pierre Poilievre is the leader for the Conservatives and they have their faith behind him, but at the same time,
It's another very close race right there. I'm only saying this because, yeah, it is like hundreds of votes in between. It's close, essentially. There's a lot that could happen in the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Like, this is going to continue. I keep saying this because it's true. It's going to happen, or it's going to continue late into tomorrow, most likely. But it's a matter of how it changes and which way it goes. Will it be a Liberal majority? Or will the Conservatives grab enough seats to even the playing field? But I doubt it. I highly doubt it at this point. Only time will tell, though.
Looking at the results coming in Carleton, and again, wondering how they can be in such a tight race. It's been
the NDP suffering some really significant losses that puts their status as an official party in jeopardy. Jagmeet Singh now in third position in Burnaby Central. His riding, we're waiting to see conclusively what happens there, but it's not looking good for the leader of the NDP. Let's head over to Burnaby, where we find our Judy Trinh. She is reporting from the NDP headquarters this evening. Judy, what is the mood there right now? How are they internalizing what we are seeing in the form of these results?
Vashi, they are trying to remain upbeat. As you can hear behind me, they are trying to cheer for any positive result that has come in that they see on the board. But let's face it, in Burnaby right now, Jagmeet Singh is polling third. He is far behind the Liberal candidate as well as the Conservative candidate. It's important to point out that these are two relative unknowns. He was the incumbent, he had the brand recognition, and he is in third place at this point. What I can tell you and what I think is the story is this collapse of the NDP in Ontario. And what is interesting to me is when you look at where the votes are going, where are the NDP votes going, right? Specifically in Southwest Ontario. What is interesting is that in London, as well as in Windsor, those seats, those NDP seats went to Conservative candidates. And I want to give our viewers a little bit of context. Pierre Poilievre was the last leader to visit Windsor. He actually visited Windsor, but his time on April 11th. But his timing may have been perfect in regards to speaking to the constituents there. He visited Windsor on April 11th. That was the day that the GM plant, electric vehicle plant, CAMI, announced that it was going to go under a partial shutdown, a temporary shutdown. It said it wasn't related to the tariffs, but it was related to declining sales. So once again, he was in that region espousing his message while Mark Carney was in Ottawa, while Jagmeet Singh was also in Ottawa at the time. So whether or not, even despite being the last leader to visit this automotive heartland, the manufacturing heartland of Canada, whether whether or not he was able to speak most directly to the people. And I think that also the other story that just sticks out for me is that the NDP really wanted to talk about the fact that they were endorsed by so many unions, the most unions of any party, despite the fact that Liberals and the Conservatives were actively courting unions that represented more than 1 million workers. But those unions, those unionized workers may not have showed up for them at the polls. Vashi, Omar.
All right, thank you so much, Judy. A lot of different results coming in British Columbia. We're seeing some significant pickups for the Conservatives, but also for the Liberals, all of it at the expense of the NDP. A lot to watch there. It's a very dynamic situation, and it's going to inform where those numbers at the bottom of your screen actually end up over the course of the evening.
Let's get to Heather Butts. She's been tracking the context in all of this, looking at the people behind the numbers. And Heather, what can you tell us?
Well, Omar, we're actually going to pick up on what my colleague Judy Trinh was just talking about there, and that is the NDP and how they ended up losing so many votes and where those votes went to. So, Nick, we're going to talk about vote efficiency. What does that mean for our audience?
Well, you have to think of it this way, Heather. The thing is there's popular support, and the thing is that the number of seats you can generate with the votes that you have, the more efficient that you are, the more likely you are to win an election. In this particular campaign, those smaller parties, the NDP and the Bloc, just have been crushed by both the Liberals and the Conservatives.
And let's head to southwestern Ontario. We're giving you a map, a visual representation of what Judy Trinh was just talking about. The fact that the Conservatives have really swept this riding, or excuse me, this region.
Yes, they did sweep that area. All I saw were blue signs through most of Ontario when I drove around. I'm actually surprised it didn't go more blue in Ontario based on how many signs I've seen driving from all the different cities. So, it's kind of crazy.
And this is, as she mentioned, a place where there's a lot of
and help them close the gap with the Liberals.
Okay, let's head towards the Kitchener area. Nick, I want to look at this riding. Kitchener Centre, the Conservatives in the lead by 781 votes there over the Green incumbent, Nick.
Yeah, and great news for the Conservatives here, and for the Greens, they don't have a lot of seats to start off with.
It looked like Jamil Giovanni got his riding. He's a good voice in the House of Commons. I don't mind him. He seems like a good dude who's willing to actually stand up and fight.
Great news for the Conservatives here, and for the Greens, they don't have a lot of seats to start off with, and losing Kitchener Centre is a significant setback for a party that's trying to make a breakthrough, and actually a party that's...
Conservatives in the lead by 592 votes over the Liberal incumbent.
This probably speaks to the organization of the ground on that the Conservative campaign has in terms of them challenging to unseat the Liberal incumbent in Kitchener-Conestoga.
Okay, and Nick, let's talk about vote efficiency. That is what we were talking about earlier, about getting out the vote. Just walk us through this. The Conservatives doing quite well.
So, yeah, think of it this way. With 49% of the votes in southwestern Ontario, they won a whopping 83% of the seats. It speaks to the effective targeting, probably the tour of Pierre Poilievre in southwestern Ontario, and how he's able to convert, a certain number of 49% into like a majority, 8 out of every 10 seats in southwestern Ontario. And you look at the Liberals, not being as efficient in terms of converting their support into seats.
We really see that, Nick, especially when we talk about getting out the vote and how they are campaigning across the country. So if we look at the vote value nationally, it's very similar to the polling information, Nick.
Yeah, it is. Except if you're the New Democrats, think of it this way. They only converted, their percentage by 1/3, like 6% to 2% in terms of percentage of seats. It shows how inefficient the New Democrats were.
Certainly a very big story unfolding this evening with the New Democrats, and it is seen right there on that vote efficiency. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. I want to send it to Geneviève Beauchemin, who's at Liberal headquarters right now. And obviously, positive news for the Liberals, if you're a Liberal, seeing the fact that there is, Geneviève, a Liberal government. The fact that it's a minority government certainly doesn't give them the mandate of a majority government. What's your reaction in the room where you are?
But, you know, there was a lot of cheers and there was some hugging when the announcement was made that it was going to be a Liberal government. The minority part of it is, of course, worry. Some people are just like, I saw some people biting their nails still watching the screen a few moments ago. Now, I do have two Liberal supporters with me, Tyler Romans and Bernadine Clifford. They actually met door knocking and they met up again tonight. So relationship on the road there that was budding and then meeting up again here tonight. Just tell me your thoughts about when you saw. I know that you were very emotional.
I was. I came in here tonight.
Well, that is fantastic that she was emotional. I am so glad to hear that. That is cool. You know what's crazy? After 10 years of all of that, people were like, just 4 more. Give me 4 more. And it's like, you know what? You have the right to vote for who you want. Absolutely. But I cannot understand it. It's got to be government workers or something. Maybe a lot of brainwashed CBC boomers. The Brantford boomer, prime example. I don't know, guys. Like, this number is most likely just going to go up and down, and they're going to trade back and forth for a bit. And it will eventually settle on a number at some point. I don't know when. Oh, wow. What a crazy turn of events. And it's like, you see all these rallies from Pierre, and they're just packed. And the thing is, I just did not see the same turnout Carney rallies. And I guess there were people that just did not want to go, but were still willing to vote for him. A lot of people that stayed home. Maybe a lot of university and college people, professors, I don't know, students, whoever. I have no idea. I would like to know the demographic. Who voted the most, like the age range. Because for the Conservatives, whenever you saw any of the rallies, it was pretty wide. You had all types, all kinds of people from all walks of life, all ages. You just saw thousands and thousands of people pouring into these places, and I guess it's not enough. I have no idea, guys. I feel like I've gone insane at this point. $42.6 was it? 42.6 to 41.9. Crazy.
Mr. Singh should have pivoted earlier, whether he should have not suggested that there was some world in which he was going to be prime minister and should have pushed more for the balance of power and protecting the things that you're talking about.
Well, it's a very short campaign we've been in, and
Yeah.
so pivoting earlier means a week earlier, maybe.
Well, no, starting from that point, maybe.
But from the beginning, we had no idea what was going on because of Trump. We had no idea what kind of campaign it was going to be. We had no idea that this big shift would be, whether it would be lasting for Carney or there was a bump.
Yeah.
So for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, nobody really knew what was happening. And once we did know what was happening, he did shift very quickly.
Right. What happens if he loses a seat?
Well, it's always hard for leaders to lose their seat if they want to stay on as leader. And you know, I'm ultra honest. I don't know whether he'll want to stay on as leader if he loses his seat. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult for him. I know it's been very hard on his family because of the threats that have been made to him. Yeah. And maybe he won't wish to continue. On the other hand, the advance polls come through, he still wins his seat. We still have 12 and the Liberals are 12 short. That's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And we'll live to see tomorrow where we actually end up.
Okay. Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate you you being forthcoming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other results here in the riding of Central Nova. Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe it. This guy is gonna be back in the House of Commons, spewing the same garbage from before. I don't even, like, he was the housing and immigration minister. And immigration under Trudeau was so bad that they started running back their own policies because they realized, holy, we messed up. And this guy was the head of it. This guy was the head of it. He literally ran all of that. Building homes. I don't see a lot of new houses around, to be honest with you, at all. This guy was the head of that, too. I can't believe they could vote somebody in who is just so incompetent. And it's levels of incompetent that you cannot imagine. But he's able to blow your mind every single time he opens his mouth or does something. He's able to one-up himself over and over again. It just gets worse and worse with this guy. And he's back for more. Like I said, the last 10 years have been so good. Serve me up 4 more, please.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Still not. I realized that the bar, 3 months ago was let's just survive. But as the election went on, it seemed like the bar was let's try and get to a majority. Could still happen, I suppose, but I think it's getting increasingly less likely. A minority government, is that something that you think Liberals can deal with and work with going forward with Mr. Carney if that's where we end up?
Well, look, I anticipate, and you got to keep in mind that the future of the government is not up to political parties, but it's up to Canadians. The Canadian people are always right on the back end of an election, and if they decide to elect a minority or a majority, it's incumbent upon those of us who get elected to work across the aisle as much as possible to ensure that we implement the kinds of policies that are going to serve the Canadian people and the way the Canadian people see fit. If not, you may find ourselves back in an election, but in the meantime,
oh my god, like this is who they voted in. Oh my god, I actually can't. Guys, you can't make this up. You can't make it up. Maybe you can, I don't know. Maybe it's scripted, maybe it's like the WWE. I don't know, guys, at this point. This is wacky. This is wacko of the highest levels.
I think we're going to...
Do you see a path for people to work together in the face of Donald Trump?
Look, it may depend on the specific issue. Obviously, one of the things that I heard on the doorstep and something that reflects my experience in the House of Commons, Mr. Poilievre in particular has adopted a very similar style of politics to what we've seen from President Trump. But it's not as though that one person represents the voices of every member of Parliament from all opposition parties. We have the opportunity to work with members of different political parties. We have the opportunity on an issue-by-issue basis to work with many Conservatives as well. I had many opportunities to make friends on the other side of the aisle, including in the Conservative caucus, and we're going to have to leverage those relationships. Canadians do not want us to continually talk about what's wrong with the other party that we may be competing against. They want us to put our ideas on the table and work together to get things done. I heard that message loud and clear in my own community, and it's a lesson I'm going to take back to Ottawa going forward.
Okay, Sean Fraser, nice to see you. Congratulations again, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
I'm sure. Thank you so much, Rosemary.
Okay,
have a great evening.
At this point, I feel like the only way the Bloc can survive is if they team up with the Conservatives, because if they team up with the Liberals and pull an NDP 2.0, it's the same thing is going to happen to their party. They're going to lose even more seats. Like, I don't know. Maybe if they teamed up with the Conservatives, they would lose seats as well. But at this point, they're in such a bad position. They had a lot more play when they were over 30, 34 seats total, I think they had. Now they have... Oof. It's not looking good for them. The only thing that they could really do is hope that the Conservatives are willing to work with them. Because if they buddy up with the Libs, they're going to be the NDP all over again. I don't think Blanchet... Like, Blanchet's not the most intelligent guy. He goes to the debate and says he doesn't want to be PM. but I don't think he's dumb enough to party up with the libs and start a coalition. I don't think he would do that. But I don't know. Only time will tell, right? That's the only thing we can sit here and wait for, to see where these numbers finally land and what the hell they're going to do, because after this is done, it's probably going to go into summer break and we're going to get a lot of nothing. So it's fantastic.
Good evening. Appreciate.
I have differences of opinion with him. I don't like how he's managed healthcare or education, but out of respect, we didn't say anything. Federal party, we didn't get in his way. When it was our turn to run an election, he couldn't stay out of our business, always getting his criticisms and all his opinions out, distracting our campaign, trying to make it about him, trying to position himself as some kind of political genius that we needed to be taking cues from.
Was it him specifically? Was it his campaign manager, Corey, tonight? Do you see Doug Ford as a problem for the federal party in the outcome of this race?
I see Doug Ford as a problem for Ontario and for Canada. I think he's not doing a great job in running this province, and now he's trying to exercise his influence over other levels of government, and it's not like this guy is doing anything particularly well. I mean,
you did used to work for him.
I did. I'm speaking from experience. I tried to fix problems in this province, and he kept getting in his way and all his goons around him all the time. They wouldn't make anything better, and now we're seeing him because this guy's a political genius because he beat Bonnie Crombie and Stephen Del Duca, and now we got to sit around getting advice from him? No. He has taken the provincial Conservative Party and turned it into something hollow, unprincipled, something that doesn't solve problems. He's glad-handing with Chrystia Freeland, having coffees and lattes with Mark Carney, and I'm sitting here saying we need to be fighting for change and something new and something different, not being a hype man to the Liberal Party.
Some would argue that the challenge within...
Agreed, and that's exactly what Doug Ford did. He couldn't even come out and just, back Poilievre. He kept calling Mark Carney super intelligent. Good old Doug Ford.
The federal conservative movement that it seeks. Do you see that as a possible outcome to some of the fractions and frictions that exist within the federal party?
There is a lot of unity from Conservatives across the board. Peter MacKay and Stephen Harper and Jason Kenney, James Moore, all sorts of people who've been part of our movement for a long time, united behind Pierre. They're opportunists like Doug Ford, and I think it's not about ideology or differences of beliefs. It is about some people believing our purpose as Conservatives is to be an alternative to what the Liberals offer, and then there are people like Doug Ford who are opportunists, and I reject that outright.
Do you have any leadership ambitions?
Look, we have a leader of our party right now. We're still waiting in for the final seat counts. I don't know what tomorrow holds. My focus, though, is on all the young people, all the parents, the moms, the dads who came to us and trusted us to offer an alternative, a brighter future. We're going to see that through. We're going to keep fighting, and when the next federal election comes around, Conservatives will earn the trust of more voters, and we will bring home a victory nationally.
My last question to you looks at the results. As we speak here right now, 160 for the Liberals, 151 for your Conservatives. This is a lot closer of a race than some had expected. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, I think a lot of people misunderstood just the frustration that Canadians felt. All these polls that showed Conservatives far below the Liberals, I think we're missing how many young people saw our party as the party of dreamers and hustlers and strivers and builders. That is our identity for young people, and we are going to continue offering them that vision for Canada. As we continue to see progress made, earning more trust, growing our party, getting more union support, police support, young families, working class families, I think we will see this identity that Pierre Poilievre has helped develop crystallize further, and our party will only go up from here.
Jamil Jivani, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Adrian, I will turn back to you from Jamil Jivani's victory party here in Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
If only he...
Jamil Jivani is a very strong Conservative candidate, very strong Conservative MP. He's very well spoken and he's fucking very smart. He knows what he's talking about and he's not afraid to say it. And this guy will just go off in the House of Commons saying what he pleases. And I respect him 100%. That is a good voice to have back in the House of Commons at the very least. As of right now, though, I don't know. Like, these ridings could flip and flop, apparently, because they're not fully counted yet. We're still waiting for the official numbers, which will come in probably tomorrow, which is actually right now. it's actually the 29th already. Crazy how that works. Anyway,
He would speak.
The duality
I
of the
don't
result.
think the conservatives are going to gain a lead, and if they do overnight, it's going to be a minority government either way. So, yeah, I don't know. And at the end of the day, the Senate is still the Senate. All Trudeau appointed individuals. So even if Pierre did get like a slight majority or minority government, the Senate would probably just hammer and turn down everything they try and get through there. I'm not saying that to be like a black-pilled doomer, but like it's just the truth. The Senate is it's not good. A lot of independents that aren't really independent. You got a few conservatives in there that have a pretty decent voice, but it doesn't make up for the rest of them that have their own interests, we'll say. We are coming down to the wire here, though. I don't know. Oh, there we go. We just lost another seat. But yeah, I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for. I feel like I'm watching the stock exchange go up and down, losing money, gaining money type thing, as these numbers are flipping and flopping. We'll go on for a bit longer, but I think this is it, guys. Don't think much else is going to happen here.
Know how that would have worked to take on Donald Trump. I don't know. Maybe they would have been able to patch things up if they were going to form government. But
I mean, when there is no need to say things like this tonight.
And you
and
wonder
go on
whether
rants.
you wonder whether he had authorization for this. I mean, Pierre Poilievre, as I say, they escaped with skin of teeth, but he should be a chastened leader at this point. He threw away a 25% lead, and it's because of things like that. And if he doesn't learn from this experience, then, you know, he's going to reap all he sows.
he still, though, I mean, if these numbers hold, the last vote was at 128. He's 150. He may hold the Liberals to a minority. I mean, that will protect his leadership potentially, right? Yeah.
The first question, will he be in the House of Commons?
Yes.
Because I keep looking at those results in Carleton, and I'm waiting for them to find the stack of votes that puts him back on top.
Yeah.
There are still lots of polls in Carleton that have not been counted.
But he has not led that race yet.
Oh, he's
I wonder how many polls haven't been counted countrywide still, and we are just waiting. And the mainstream media has told us that X, Y, and Z have won their riding and that they're sitting happily waiting for their seat in parliament. But at the end of the day, who knows? Who actually knows? We could wake up tomorrow and the things could flop. What a strange system. What a weird system we have going here.
He is significantly
or factional.
Okay.
You know, every party has certain issue factions and personality factions. In this case, there seem to be 2 or 3 personalities that have
I probably won't be live tomorrow, but I'll be live Wednesday for the usual update. The usual update. We'll see what happens. This is going to dictate quite a bit, obviously. There's been a lot of talk of if Carney gets in, they're going to push heavy censorship bills on the internet. So I don't know. The whole landscape could change very drastically over the next few months. Not sure, guys. Not entirely sure. But I will be live on Wednesday, normal time.
really. And you know what? The Ontario PC critique has been that Poilievre's team doesn't know how to win in Ontario. He's right now over 45% of the popular vote. Mr. Ford won 43% of the popular vote earlier this year. So the federal Conservative campaign is getting a better result, a larger total raw vote count, and a higher share of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. And I think so a little bit of everybody has to put some water in their wine and put the best interests of the country first,
Yeah.
and maybe the common interests of partisan conservatives somewhere in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Pierre Poilievre had called Doug Ford right from the get-go, the same way that Mark Carney did, he went and had breakfast with him, it probably would have helped. Whether it matters at this stage, I don't know.
But remember, it's not just Poilievre versus Ford. It's Poilievre versus Tim Houston in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there were a series of candidates who looked like they could be perfectly acceptable and presentable candidates for the party who just didn't fit in with the Poilievre clique.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike DeJong in BC, why was he not allowed to be a candidate? So, you know, it's one thing, yeah, you can have a tent that's too broad and you lose all definition and you don't stand for anything, but you can have a tent that's too narrow.
Yeah, I would assume Poilievre is probably going to give a response to this. That will probably be reacted to and broken down on Wednesday if he does it tomorrow or if it happens Wednesday. I have no idea how long this is going to take. Things could go back and forth for all tomorrow. Like, it's crazy. But as we currently sit, it does look like a 161 to 150. And that's probably it, guys. I can't see there being a major jump back and forth on either side at this point. I think all the seats are probably counted for. I say that, but we did see a random riding from not Nova Scotia, but Newfoundland and oh my goodness, Labrador. So we saw that flip. I don't know. It's been 5.5 hours at this point. This is wild.
And
in this room is that Pierre Poilievre has not won his
look at that. They
seat
just
yet. In
lost
fact, he
another
appears to be
seat.
trailing,
It's game.
in
Game
this
set
seat. We are
match.
hearing that he is set to talk in a few minutes, but they did play the Jamil Jivani interview here. At the same time, obviously, it was on the CBC broadcast, and there was a lot of applause in the room for the things that he was saying. There was a lot of hollering and cheers.
They even had set up the stage and everything to probably do a big, exciting reveal and announcement. But they never ended up doing it because it's still being counted. Highly doubt Mark Carney's going to do a big announcement at this time. Guy barely wants to do news conferences, so...
For the people in this room who feel that Doug Ford's interventions in this campaign were not helpful and they did not...
Yeah, Doug Ford was definitely a
Well,
problem.
let's take a look at Greater Vancouver and see how the NDP are doing there in terms of seat change, first of all. So we'll put that up on the screen, I hope, or if we don't, then I will, yeah, there we go. So this is vote change in Greater Vancouver, and you see the Liberals are up. The Conservatives are up. This is a pattern we've seen in other parts of the country as well. And you can see that this is at the expense of the NDP. Now, hours ago, when we looked at New Brunswick, this kind of vote change didn't really affect seats at all. But in Greater Vancouver, it is affecting seats. Let's take a look, first of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a three-way race in 2021. This time around, the NDP has plummeted from having won this riding. Bonnie Zerillo is the incumbent MP. You can see she's not only in third place, she's in a distant third place, and it's put the Conservatives in first. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in third place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed, once again, the Conservatives to come up through the middle. Now, those aren't elected yet, but it is interesting, and it helps explain why the numbers look the way they do, particularly in BC at this point in the...
It's funny how they never show how many ridings total are still not, like, finished or fully elected yet. Because I'm wondering how many of these seats actually are still... Excuse me. I wonder how many of these seats are still actually in play here. But anyway, guys, I think I'm going to call it. Because it's been 5.5 hours. As you just heard, I am tired and can barely stay awake. This has been quite the turn of events that I did not expect. A lot of us probably thought it was going to be blue wave to some degree. And if not blue wave, at least like minority, I don't know. This is just this was not it in my opinion. And if we go back to Sunshine's, oh, no, I don't want to put the whole thing up. I just need his chat. Yeah, they're not too happy. Oh my goodness, falling apart here on the final hour. Yeah, not too happy. People want 51st state, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Gray for Canada. Thanks, Canada, for voting Liberals. Not good. Not good. There's going to be a lot of 51st state rhetoric now, especially if the Liberals get back in. Which it looks like they have. Anyway, guys, I will see you Wednesday for the NPC update. Always a good time on Wednesdays. But yeah, you can continue watching this on probably any other channel that is still streaming right now. But I'm calling it. I'll wake up tomorrow and see the final results. Anyway, guys, have a fantastic night. Thank you for joining. This is not what I expected, to say the very least. Have a good rest of your night. Adios.